United States, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Now, this marks the 59th time in our nation's history that this transfer of power has happened, where a new president is sworn in to lead the U.S. government's executive branch. And while we've gotten used to the pageantry crowds and parades of past inaugurals, that will not be the case this year, with no crowds on the National Mall and limited invitations to witness the swearing in person at the Capitol. But there is a full day of events ahead, and here's the schedule. This morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will make farewell remarks at Andrews Air Force Base before departing for Florida. He is not, as everyone knows, hosting the traditional coffee for the incoming president. At 9 a.m. this morning, President-elect Biden and congressional leadership will participate in a church service at St. Matthew's Catholic Church, which is about 8 blocks north of the White House, and it's where the Supreme Court read Mass and JFK's funeral were held. And at 11:30 this morning, the inauguration ceremony begins at the Capitol. Now, later today at about 1 p.m., newly sworn-in President Biden will have a signing ceremony at the Capitol. It'll be executive orders or documents related to taking office. And at about 1:30 this afternoon, there'll be a military pass and review. This is held on the east front of the Capitol, and it's usually the time when the presidents pass the torch, but not this year, as President Trump will already be in Florida. And at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, there'll be a wreath laying at Arlington Cemetery across the Potomac River in Virginia. President Biden will be joined by former Presidents Clinton, Bush, and Obama. And at 3 p.m., President Biden will receive a military escort to the White House from about 15th Street. It will go for about 2 blocks. Well, the theme of the Biden inaugural this year is American unity. And this morning, we are focusing on the symbolism and history of presidential inaugurations. And of course, we want to hear your voices as well. When you think about past inaugurations and past speeches, what resonates with you? We want to hear what your thoughts are there, and we also want to hear what you think you'd like to hear from newly sworn-in President Biden. Here's how you can participate. 202 is the area code, 748-8920 if you live in the East and Central time zones, 202-748-8921 for those of you in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. And we are being broadcast around the world today, and we want to hear from our international callers as well. 202-748-8922. Now, you can also send us a text message, and if you do, include your first name and your city, but send it to this number, 202-748-8903. Again, that's just for text messages. And of course, all our social media sites are available. At C-SPAN is the handle for our website, Twitter, and Facebook. Well, also joining us this morning is Greta Bronner, who is looking through news sites and social media. Good morning, Greta.
Good morning. When President-elect Joe Biden raises his hand to take the oath, Reuters reports this morning he will do so before Chief Justice John Roberts just after noon and place his hand on an heirloom Bible that has been in the Biden family for more than a century. Now, there's also several stars that are participating in today's inauguration. The Wall Street Journal reports Lady Gaga, Tom Hanks, and J.Lo are among them who will perform at Wednesday's inauguration ceremony and host a variety of star-studded concerts and fundraisers over the next several days. Now, Lady Gaga was in Washington, D.C., and she posted, The Hill has this picture of her outside of the Capitol talking to the National Guardsmen who have been deployed to Washington, D.C. by the tens of thousands. And she posted this picture of herself inside of the Capitol, saying, I pray tomorrow will be a day of peace for all Americans, a day for love and hate and not hatred, a day for acceptance and not fear, a day for dreaming of our future joy as a country, a dream that is nonviolent, a dream that provides safety for our souls, love from the Capitol. And then also J.Lo posted this picture of herself before boarding a plane to Washington, D.C. yesterday with the caption, D.C. bound. Now, there's also going to be the traditional Poetry read at today's inauguration. USA Today notes Amanda Gorman may be only 22, but she's already set to make history on Wednesday as the youngest inaugural poet in U.S. history, continuing a rich tradition in the United States alongside such poets as Robert Frost and Maya Angelou. And then also this morning, Vox News notes that there will be 2 prayers given at today's inauguration. And they note that Father Leo Donovan, a Jesuit priest and spiritual mentor to Biden, will offer the invocation at the start of the service, and Reverend Sylvester Beeman, a friend and confidant, will give the benediction at the end.
And the theme of this year's inauguration is American unity. We're focusing this morning on the symbolism and the history of inaugurations. What has resonated with you from an inaugural address in the past? What would you like to hear from newly sworn-in President Biden in his inaugural address? Danny in Greenville, Mississippi, you're kicking us off this morning. Good morning.
Hello?
Danny?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make a comment that I hope that the incoming administration with the new president, I hope that he tries to reach out to different sectors of the Tea Party and the Boogaloo Boys, the Q&A, and all these other individuals that came up on Capitol Hill to try to really see what their beef is, see how they can, how he can bring the country together instead of don't be divisive like the president that we just had, because this really has been bad for a lot of people, and a lot of people have been really in fear of him as to what he'll do. So I just really hope that he'll reach out across the aisle and try to talk to these people and try to help all of us to try to bring us in the country together. That's my comment.
Thank you, Danny. Ken is calling in from Fremont, California this morning. Ken, you're on C-SPAN.
Yes, I just have a few comments that I'd like to make. First, I think that Mrs. Ivanka Trump-Kuster would make a great candidate for the Senate should she decide.
And we're focusing this morning on the inauguration and on the history, the symbolism. What would you like to hear from President-elect Biden? Kim in Indianapolis, good morning.
I'd like to hear unity to bring our country together. And I think that this is a great day. And I just wish the best to our new president and for the country. And
what do you think those unity-inspiring words should be, Kim?
Bringing us together, not being as decisive, and just peace and love. That's what we really need as a country right now. We don't need any more anger. We just need unity. Unity in thinking of others, especially those who have passed from COVID, thinking of the families today.
Thank you for calling in this morning. And everything you're seeing on your screen, those are all live pictures from the National Mall, from the Capitol, from the White House, just to give you a sense of what it looks like. About 200,000 flags were planted on the National Mall in remembrance of the COVID victims of the country. You can see those flying down there. And that's the west front of the Capitol. Dan is in Eureka, Montana. Good morning, Dan.
I just would like to tell Joe Biden congratulations, and we're very proud of him, and we were very impressed with his COVID memorial yesterday, and we'd just like to wish him all the luck, and that we will work as hard as we can to make country come together and be better.
Dan, has there been an inauguration in the past or an inaugural speech in the past that has resonated with you?
Yes. They're all pretty good. Bill Clinton's, as I remember. I'm 66, and Barack's was excellent, of course. And just on a side note, I happened to be there at the March on Washington speech, and that was a pretty good speech. So I expect a lot from Mr. Biden, and I don't think we're going to be disappointed.
That's Dan in Eureka, Montana. Chief Justice John Roberts will be swearing in Joe Biden as the 46th president. Associate Justice Sonia Sotomayor will be swearing in Kamala Harris as the 49th vice president. Sonia Sotomayor swore in Joe Biden for his second term as vice president. Bobby in Spartanburg, South Carolina, good morning to you. Bobby, start off by, is there a past inaugural that really stuck with you, that inspired you at all?
Yes. I like President Trump's inaugural address. I'm a Trump supporter,
Okay.
but I'm hoping that President Joe Biden, or President-elect for right now, will help unite the country and try and listen to Republicans like me. And yeah.
Okay, two things. What was it about the Trump inauguration that inspired you? And if you could, what would you say to President-elect Biden?
Well, President Trump was a businessman, and he was an outsider, and he really spoke to me. So I'm young. I'm in my 20s, and President Biden, I would like to say to him, I hope he does a really good job.
That's Bobby in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Now, on your screen, you see the White House. That's the south lawn of the White House. You saw some military officers going out there. Marine One will be arriving at the White House to take President and Mrs. Trump to Andrews Air Force Base in just a few minutes, and then President Trump will be making remarks at Andrews before flying to Florida. Let's go back and visit with Greta.
In his final hours of his presidency, President Trump issued over 140 pardons. Ken Vogel of the New York Times reports that he issued pardons to Steve Bannon, his longtime associate, Elliot Broidy, who's a fundraiser and American businessman, Paul Erickson, who is the ex-boyfriend of Russian spy Maria Butina, and former Congressman Rick Renzi, Robert Hayes, Duke Cunningham as well, and Robert Zangrilla, a college admissions, he points to the college admissions scandal. So you can read more of that in the New York Times. Also this morning, Maggie Haberman of the New York Times on the Steve Bannon pardon. She reports Trump and Bannon spoke by phone today. This is yesterday during Trump's deliberations. There were frantic calls to the president from Bannon's supporters and his many critics. Trump at several points said it wasn't happening. She goes on to report Trump ended yesterday with aides convinced he wouldn't pardon Bannon, but a lot of frantic back and forth today about it. And Trump ultimately seems to have decided that A, Bannon could be useful to him in some ways in the future. She goes on to write B, that the people who hate Bannon, the establishment, have now turned against Trump in some way, and he needs to have someone on his side. Also on this reporting, Maggie Haberman said the president signed the pardon paperwork around 11:30 p.m., according to officials. And Lynn Sweet of the Chicago Sun-Times reports Trump's political reason for Bannon pardon, quote, prosecutors pursued Mr. Bannon with charges related to fraud stemming from his involvement in a political project. Mr. Bannon has been an important leader in the conservative movement and is known for his political acumen. That's Lynn Sweet of the Chicago Sun-Times. Peter Baker of the New York Times reports shortly after pardoning congressmen and lobbyists convicted of corruption, Trump releases an order at 1:07 a.m. revoking his own ethics executive order from 2017, freeing his own former aides from the limits he had imposed on their ability to lobby the government.
Thank you, Greta. Live picture of the White House on your screen, and just a minute ago, a C-SPAN crew took this picture at Union Train Station, which is about 4 blocks north of the Capitol. And everything is closed. About 25,000 National Guard are here in town in the Capitol and the White House areas. You've heard all this, but several of the metro stations around this area have also been closed. Mike in Lafayette, Tennessee, good morning to you. What would you like to hear from newly sworn-in President Biden?
Well, it's going to be a beautiful day in America. The unity, yes, definitely is going to be #1 priority. But I think I'm going to have tears running down my face when I see Vice President-elect Kamala Harris take the oath. Seeing a woman, an African-American woman, an Asian descent, take the second seat in America's highest office is going to be just monumental. And I think she's going to be a great vice president along with Biden. And being born and raised in California, I know Kamala, and it's just, she did a wonderful job in California, and I think she's going to do a great job for our country. As far as past inaugurations, I would go with JFK and Barack Obama as my 2 favorite inspirational speeches. It's just a glorious day to see. Hopefully, we won't ever see this in the Capitol with this military presence. Hopefully, this will dwindle down in the next couple of weeks to a month, and the FBI will do its job and arrest every one of those people, and hopefully long jail sentences for their insurrection. But I think it's going to be a great day on Capitol Hill. Mike,
have you ever attended here in Washington an inauguration?
No, I had the chance, and that's one of my regrets when Barack Obama took office, and I had a business meeting that I couldn't get out of, and I was, for a couple of weeks, a little depressed that when I saw the pictures on TV, especially with C-SPAN, it was over 1 million people there, and it's just so inspirational. I'm just so glad we are done with Donald Trump and the way he was president. It's just, thank God for miracles, and now hopefully the country can move forward, and we're going to get some really good things done here for the people and not the corporations. The people need the help with this virus, and I hope that everything comes together like Biden said he's going to do. So we're going to be watching. And
that's Mike in Lafayette, Tennessee. Now, John is calling in from Sweden this morning, or this afternoon in Sweden. John, greetings to you. What are you watching?
Good morning, I want to say. Thank you for having me here today. I'm calling from Sweden, and I just want to say that from an international perspective, I am really, really happy about this day. And I'm looking forward to an end to the gaslighting and division that we unfortunately are experiencing. And I can also tell my fellow Americans that this is not something that is limited to the United States. We see the same divisions internationally as well, because your culture, it affects ours as well. That's what it means to be the leader of the free world. And as for today, and as for Mr. Biden, I wish him all the luck, and I really hope that he delivers on his promise to unite the American people. And for that purpose, I believe that he is definitely the right person for the job.
John, do you follow American politics pretty closely?
I do. I did that during the Obama years, but definitely too much perhaps. It's been obsessive during the Trump years. So yeah, I would say I do follow it.
What do you do are you calling from Stockholm or another area of?
I do, yes, the capital of Sweden, Stockholm.
Right. What do you do there?
I work as a data scientist. So I work with in the IT sector with information management.
All right. Well, thank you for participating in our program this morning. We'll be live all day on C-SPAN. Dallas is in Phoenix, Arizona. Dallas, is there a past inauguration that resonates with you, that sticks with you, that inspires you?
Good morning. I'll tell you, I actually am fairly young. I'm 22, so really out of the inaugurations I can remember, this will be the second most important one was the Trump administration being the first one that I remember when I started college. But I guess I just look forward to today for many families across this country that can finally come back together. I guess that's what most stands out to me for today with this inauguration is lots of families have been divided the past 4 years, and I'm hoping that we can move forwards after today and come back together.
Are you in one of those families?
Absolutely. You know, it's difficult going home for Thanksgiving and Christmas during college. Between my sisters and my grandmother's a staunch liberal, and the rest of my family is pretty conservative. And it's kind of hard to see my whole family beat up my grandmother all over just who she voted for. So I'm hoping these next 4 years those tensions can calm and we can go back to just enjoying Thanksgiving and Christmas and all those holidays together.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that was kind of a phenomenon over the last 4 years?
You know, at least in my family, there was just a lot of, you know, both my sisters are really wonderful and really intelligent people, and I think that one of my sisters just got really caught up in kind of the, I don't know the exact word for it, but just kind of got caught up in the whole scene of Trump and was more of a follower of his than really a believer in the Republican platform. And I guess that's kind of where the rift started. And the rest of my family is just conservative that happen to agree with Trump. But I've never, at least in my young life, I've seen someone more agree with the president than their own party's platform.
Thanks for calling in. On your screen is Pennsylvania Avenue between the White House and the Capitol, where the traditional inaugural parade takes place. That will not be happening this year. Greta Bronner, what do you got?
The incoming vice president, as you've noted, will be the first Black woman vice president. She tweeted out last night at 11:11 p.m., "My abiding hope, my abiding prayer is that we emerge from this ordeal with a new wisdom, to cherish simple moments, to imagine new possibilities, and to open our hearts just a little more to one another." Now, from the White House this morning, Jeff Mason is reporting the Blair House, where Joe Biden spent the night, and the White House, where President Trump is preparing to leave. There's the picture of the two of them. In the early hours on Inauguration Day, the two men will not meet. And then PBS NewsHour White House correspondent sending out this tweet this morning. "Inside the White House, I'm told with President Trump and the First Lady, only a few aides remain, including White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, and Chris Little, who has headed up the White House transition. Mostly, there are empty offices." And this morning, Rebecca Shabbat reports it's Inauguration Day. Trump will leave White House for the final time as president at 8 a.m. and travel to Palm Beach with Melania. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as president and vice president, as we've noted, around noon. Now, who will attend? There are going to be lawmakers and guests, along with former presidents. And while the current president will not be attending today's inauguration, Elizabeth Crisp sends out a tweet with the official notification from the vice president's office, noting that Vice President Pence will attend the inaugural and isn't scheduled to attend Trump's farewell event in the morning. Pence was spotted at the White House a few minutes ago. And then the vice president sent out a farewell tweet on Twitter yesterday saying, "Thank you for the privilege of serving as your vice president these past 4 years. It has been the greatest honor of my life. On behalf of our wonderful Second Lady, Karen Pence, and our entire family, thank you, and God bless America." Karen Pence, the Second Lady, also sending out her own farewell tweet. "Thank you, America. It has been a great honor and a privilege to serve as the Second Lady of the United States. Let's keep in touch. At Karen Pence. God bless the USA." Then I'll just end with this history note from the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library. They sent out this picture this morning. For Inauguration Day Eve, they sent it out yesterday. Here's Senator Joe Biden and President Jimmy Carter, rocking the cardigan, they note, in the Oval Office in 1979. They met to discuss SALT II, which Biden didn't think was going well in the Senate. The inscribed photo was on Biden's Senate webpage.
And let's hear from Ted in Los Angeles. Ted, American unity is the theme of this year's inauguration. What would you like to hear from the new president?
How you doing, sir? Welcome, everybody. I would like for our new president to, make the people of our country understand that the great thing about our country is that we have people from all ethnicities, people from Europe, people from all over the world, Latinos, and we're all Americans. Our fathers came here to give us a better foundation, a better dream, and our country needs to understand that's what makes America great, because it is a country that shows the world that if we unite, we can create good things, technologies, schools, the leaders in the world. But we have to go back to being the country of unity, the country that accepts all races, all peoples, and works together to create a better world. And I think that our leadership starts from the president, starts at the White House. They need to, trickle that information down and make the people believe and understand that we are all in this together, united. We have one vision, one dream of making our kids' life better, our country's life, better. And that's the only way that we can continue to be that country that the world looks upon as a leader.
All right, that's Ted in Los Angeles. Elsa is joining us from Paris, France. Elsa, greetings. Thank you for calling in. How closely are you following this inauguration?
Well, I'm following it minute by minute because I lived in the U.S. for about 5 years and was an avid CSPAN listener. So I'm still doing that now, being across the Atlantic. And I really wish everyone to be safe and healthy and happy on this day and for the rest of the term. I think the main message I wanted to say is that aside from the theme of unity, I really think that the new administration should also focus on combating disinformation and sort of establishing, a new standard of objectivity, truth, and sort of facts, because I think that we have the same issue here over here, by the way, in Europe, that a lot of the problems that we've been facing in the past years has really been related to people. People are entitled to their opinion, but not to their own facts. And I do think that Biden should really work on that and try to get people to understand that disinformation is exactly that. Aside from that, I just wanted to say there's been a really great program on CSPAN in the past couple of days on presidential inauguration speeches, and I would really advise all the listeners to listen to it, before the speech and to get some practice in and really think about what Biden is going to say.
Now, Elsa, are you a French citizen or an American citizen?
No, I'm French. I just lived there for a long time, and my partner's still there. So I have all of you in my heart.
Well, what's life in Paris like right now, with everything going on?
Well, we're still under curfew, so from 6 p.m. onwards until 6 a.m., everything is still closed for the foreseeable future. They've managed to bring the coronavirus the infections down from about 50K to like 15K these days, but it's still a pretty dicey situation. And one thing which I'm very concerned about, in particular in France, is there's a lot of anti-vaccination sentiment going on. So they're really having problems trying to get people to get vaccinated, again, because of these disinformation and sort of general skepticism. But aside from that, it's still Paris, so it's nice to an extent, but we're really feeling it, and it's true that we're very concerned about what's going on over there too.
Thank you for calling in, and thanks for watching C-SPAN. What channel are you watching, or how are you getting C-SPAN right now?
So I usually listen to it on the radio, but today I'm actually watching live. But otherwise, I usually listen to C-SPAN radio, which you can pick up here, of course, through the app. And I'm very happy to still have that very nice link to you guys over across the pond.
Well, we'll be live all day, and thanks for joining us. We appreciate that. You can see how to participate there on the screen. The numbers are divided by time zones and our international number, and you can see the final number there is our text number. If you want to send a text giving your thoughts on past inaugurations, the theme of American unity for this inauguration, we'd love to hear from you. 202-748-8903. Include your first name and your city if you would. Well, earlier this week, we spoke with Matthew Costello. He's a historian with the White House Historical Association, and he talked about the origins of the inauguration.
First inauguration was held on April 30th, 1789 at Federal Hall in New York City. And like many presidential precedents, it began with George Washington. He took the oath that day, and ever since then, up until the 20th Amendment, Inauguration Day was on March the 4th. So Washington was sort of the exception to the rule.
So New York City and April 30th. Why then and why there?
Well, the there was because the United States capital at that time was New York, and April 30th was because Congress really hadn't reached a quorum bringing their representatives into the city. Again, you have to keep in mind this is the 18th century. Roads and bridges aren't what they seem, and it also took Washington a while to get to New York as well. So the date was picked April 30th once Washington was in town and Congress reached a quorum.
So, Mr. Costello, was it a celebration in any sense that, like we know today?
Well, for Washington, it was. You had the citizens of New York lined up outside Federal Hall. They were able to at least see Washington take the oath, but Washington did not give a public inaugural address to the crowd. They actually retreated inside, and he gave his inaugural address to members of Congress. But that very symbolic display of taking the oath of office in front of so many Americans was incredibly important because this was a new government, it was a new constitution, and Washington was the only person entrusted to have this role as President of the United States, as chief executive. And so the people needed that affirmation to know that Washington would govern on behalf of the collective good.
Now, were there any rules set up by the founding fathers when it came to inaugurations, or was this essentially seat of the pants flying?
Well, when you look at the Constitution, really the only prescribed rule is taking the oath of office, and of course, the very famous oath that presidents still take today. But beyond that, all these other things really needed to be invented, and so much of what we see in inaugurations today is a result of traditions that have been created and then institutionalized, reinforced, and then done over and over again. But really, the founders expected the president-elect to take the oath of office and really to work with Congress to organize and initiate those things. But the public address, having the public involved with the actual ceremonies, the inaugural parade, inaugural balls, these are all things that are sort of layered onto that tradition later.
What do we know about George Washington's inaugural address to the members of Congress in New York?
Well, Washington, he would admit even himself, he wasn't a great public speaker, but he knew how important this speech was because, he had been unanimously selected to be the first president of the United States. He knew that his fellow representatives were entrusting him with these incredible powers that an executive had never had over an entire country before. And he knew that people were going to be looking to him, especially his successors, about different presidential precedents that he creates. And so he wanted to affirm their choice. He wanted them to know that it was an honor to serve his country and he would do so. And that, he didn't take this lightly, the seriousness, the graveness of these powers that they had bestowed upon him. But he was going to work together with members of Congress to get the new country off on the right foot.
Did the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court swear him in?
No, actually, they hadn't really created the United States Supreme Court yet. That wasn't created until later that fall with the Judiciary Act of 1789. So the man who administered the oath was the highest judicial officer in New York, a man named Robert Livingston, who held the position of chancellor. So he was the highest judicial justice, and he administered the oath to President Washington.
When did January 20th become Inauguration Day?
So that was part of a constitutional amendment that was passed and then ratified in 1933, the 20th Amendment. And that shortened that earlier congressional session, moving Inauguration Day from March the 4th to January 20th. And it even specifies exactly that a president and vice president's term of office ends at noon on January 20th.
We've come to know these as celebrations, speeches, parties, parades. This year is going to be a lot different.
Yeah, because we have a number of different complicating factors that have really changed the dynamic of what an inauguration will look like. There are going to be some different bits and pieces of tradition, but obviously between the recent political and social unrest, the pandemic, and in the presence now, the security that surrounded the Capitol, there'll be nods to tradition, but it won't quite be the same as we've seen in years past, different inaugurations.
And that was Matthew Costello of the White House Historical Association. Now, a few minutes ago here in the west end of Washington, D.C., which is near Georgetown, near George Washington University, the motorcade is getting ready outside of Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and her husband Doug Emhoff's townhouse, getting ready to take them off to either Blair House, where the Vice President is staying, or off to St. Matthews. Rashad, District Heights, Maryland, good morning to you. American unity is the theme of this year's inaugural. What would you like to hear from the Vice President?
Good morning, Peter. Thanks so much for letting me share my thoughts. This is my first time calling C-SPAN since I was about 13 years old. I called in like 2005 or 6 or something when I was a middle school student in Florida. And now I'm 31 years old and I live in Maryland and I work in D.C.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, I'm really excited about this inauguration. I actually met then Senator Biden when I was a teenager, when I was involved with the Florida Democratic Party, and I met Vice President-elect Harris maybe like 9 months ago, right before the pandemic, because I'm a lobbyist, and I ran into her right outside of her Senate office. So these are the first president and vice president I've actually met in person, although I don't have any photographic evidence of it, unfortunately. But I'm super excited. I think the Trump era has been terrible for our country. Donald Trump was completely unqualified to be president, and it showed his approach to everything, basically, except for the Space Force. I'm a big fan of the Space Force. But other than the Space Force, he was a horrible president, and I'm really happy that our country is turning a page with a president like Joe Biden, who is such a compassionate person, a true Christian, a man who loves his wife and his family, and loves the United States of America, all of us, not just the people who voted for him and who were devoted to him. And of course, I'm super proud as an African American, as the son of a black mother and a black grandmother who raised me and shaped me to be who I am, who are both sadly deceased. And I'm very sad that they're not here today to see Kamala Harris take the oath and become vice president. But
Rashad, what kind of lobbying do you do?
I am a lobbyist for, I do faith-based lobbying, so I lobby on domestic anti-poverty issues for the Episcopal Church in the Episcopal Church's Office of Government Relations. And my office is right next to the Supreme Court in the United Methodist building. So at normal time, I'd be on the Hill, every day, but now working from home during the pandemic.
Rashad, thanks for calling in and welcome back to C-SPAN. Jacqueline's in Pittsburgh, California. Jacqueline, you're on C-SPAN. Jacqueline, has there been an inauguration that has stuck with you over the years that you want to talk about?
Yes, there's several. Actually, I was young when President Kennedy, President Bush, President Clinton, I could name them, and I am African American, and I was excited about the Obama inauguration. But what sticks out to me is Jimmy Carter. I remember when I was so excited, that I think the Bushes had finished and Mr. Carter, President Carter, had come on board. So, having been an educator and educational facilitator for over 50 years, I felt, we need hope for our children and for our educational system. And I've lived through so many different administrations. This last, I think, 16 years have been quite difficult. And we made it through. I didn't know if we would, because, this country was not built on hate, you see, and we have to be very careful about allowing such heated tensions to rule us. We have to be very careful. We have children who are watching the adults, and we need to set a very good example. So if I were to say something to the new president coming in, I would say persevere, continue to be compassionate, continue to be patient, and tell the truth about what's really going on. I know sometimes it may feel like people can't handle the truth, but what makes us really free is listening to the truth, living our authentic truth, and being good examples for our children.
Jacqueline, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for sharing some of your thoughts and history. And you mentioned Jimmy Carter. That was January 20th, 1977, and he was the last president to be sworn in on the east front of the Capitol, and it was Ronald Reagan in 1981 who moved it to the west front. And I think I'm right about that, and if I'm not, I will be corrected very quickly. Chris is an American living in Spain. Chris, where in Spain are you?
I'm in Barcelona, the area in Catalonia.
Sure.
Which is also in an area of secession.
Right. So what are you doing? Why are you in Spain? Are you living there, visiting there?
It's ironic. I was originally here to contract for U.S. company here. And I was in Belgium for the last inauguration. And I remember sitting in my flat in Belgium just being shocked, and everywhere I go, people were just amazed that we had elected Donald Trump. And everywhere I went, everyone asked me, "What about Donald Trump?" And now the world is watching, but now it's a different feel. Now it's like, well, we've had a taste of this, and America has maybe come to its senses, but now they're more scared after what happened on the 6th. So now the topic is not so much that Joe Biden is being elected, but that Donald Trump is no longer being president, and what happened on the 6th may be a sign of worse, is what the feel I get here in Europe.
Chris, as an American living internationally, are you asked quite a bit about American politics?
It's the first sentence of every topic of every conversation I have with everyone I meet.
All right. Well, that's Chris calling in from Barcelona. Appreciate your call. Greta, what do you have for us?
Let's take a look at some of the front pages around the country and a number of editorials as well. Anchorage Daily News in Alaska with the headline, Biden's inauguration will be unlike any in the nation's history. And then the Baxter Bulletin out of Arkansas, altered ceremonies is their headline. The Arizona Republic, path to a brighter future. And take a look at the Philadelphia Inquirer. Joe Biden will be inaugurated today, but the damage of Trump's presidency can't be easily undone. That's their editorial in their paper today. And the Birmingham News out of Alabama, a transfer of power at a time like no other. And then also from the Dothan Eagle in Alabama, Biden's time is their headline. The Daily Herald out of Chicago, their editorial this morning, an Inauguration Day wish for strength, statesmanship for the new president. And then also the Desert Sun out of California, big plans, big problems is what they put on their front page. And the Hartford Courant in Connecticut, a new era begins. And then finally, an editorial from the Chicago Tribune, why all Americans should be rooting for Joe Biden's success. We've heard from a number of international callers this morning. There's also international reaction to today's inauguration. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson had this to say.
Mr. Speaker, I know members from across the House will want to join me and echo you in congratulating President-elect Biden on his inauguration later today. As I said when I spoke with him on his election as president, I look forward to working with him and with his new administration, strengthening the partnership between our countries and working on our shared priorities, from tackling climate change, building back better from the pandemic, and strengthening our transatlantic security.
And let's return to your voices and your calls here on Inauguration Day 2021. Sean in Dallas, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
Good. So American unity is the theme of this year's inauguration. What would you like to hear?
Oh, I'm looking forward to hearing Mr. Biden say the things, the healing things, of course, the things about us coming together as a group, looking for national cause together as opposed to national reasons to be at each other's throats. I'm looking forward to Mr. Biden saying those things. And I'm looking forward to, despite the heavy military presence, the ultimately peaceful transfer of power. I think that's a hallmark that can really go to toward rehabbing our image in the world after these last 4 years.
Sean, have you ever attended an inauguration?
I have not attended the inauguration. I think it would be an excellent lifetime event to have seen with your own eyes, to witness with your own eyes. So I look forward to doing it one day. My wife and I were big Bernie Sanders supporters, and so before we were definitely going to be making plans to be there. Of course, that was back before the pandemic had Bernie been elected. But we were also excited to see, absolutely excited to see Mr. Biden be elected and Ms. Harris be elected. And we would have definitely made plans to attend their inauguration as well, had not the pandemic had such a poor effect on our area over here down in Texas.
AJ, Bossier City, Louisiana, good morning.
Good morning.
What's on your mind, AJ?
Well, I would just like to say that this is definitely, and I'm 17 years old, so I haven't had a lot of them yet, but this is definitely one of the greatest days of my life. It's taken him 3 attempts to get to the Oval Office, and I think the unity that this administration is going to show is something that we haven't seen, especially in the recent 4 years. I know it's probably difficult, especially considering none of the traditions are really going to be in place, which is really unfortunate for Mr. Biden, but I feel like he is definitely going to be one of the greatest presidents in American history for a multitude of different reasons.
And what is one of those reasons, AJ?
Well, I think that he's just an honest man. He's somebody who's extremely transparent with the American people, somebody who is very religious, and that shows a lot about his character. And I think character shows a lot about anybody, not just politicians. But it's something we don't see a lot of in Washington, so it's going to be really good to see that.
And what are you hoping to study in college?
Political science and criminology.
Thank you for calling in, AJ. Roger's in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Roger, what about past inaugurals? Which one has stuck with you, resonated with you?
To be honest, this is going to be the first one I've actually watched. Having come from another country, honestly, these inaugural events have been kind of a show. I watched a little bit of the Obama one, and I kind of watched and laughed a little bit at the Trump one, and I didn't really feel like it was a serious thing. It's odd. It really is odd. But so I'm from the United Kingdom. I'm from Scotland, and I came over just before 2001, just before 9/11, and I saw this huge partisanship gap open up, and politics felt like kind of felt like a circus show from right about the time of 9/11, and it's an awful thing to have happen, but I just felt there were people waiting in the wings to take sides, and I still feel that today. And I just hope there's some kind of coming together is going to happen, and I don't know if it will. I really feel saddened for America, because I'm not even a citizen in this country, and I live here. I've lived here for 20 years. I'm on a green card, and I just want so much for America to heal but I really don't feel it's going to happen.
That's Roger in Albuquerque, New Mexico, originally from Scotland. The current president, is departing Andrews Air Force Base at about 8 a.m. this morning for Florida. He will be making remarks there as well. That will be live on C-SPAN at about 9 p.m. President-elect Biden will participate in a church service at St. Matthew's Catholic Church. He'll be joined by the congressional leadership. At 11:30 a.m. or so, the inauguration ceremony begins, and at noon is when the time for the actual inauguration happens. And then there's some afternoon events as well that we will be live with. There's some military pass and reviews. There's a wreath-laying ceremony with former presidents that President Biden will be participating in, all live on C-SPAN. A reminder, follow us on social media. At C-SPAN is our handle for Facebook, our website, and Twitter. You can get updates there throughout the day. Ahmad's in Royal Oak, Michigan. Ahmad, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
How closely have you been following this year in politics, and what would you like to hear from President Biden this afternoon?
You know what? Actually, I've been following the presidential thing since day one, and I've been a Biden-Harris supporter, and I was a paid poll worker to work for his campaign. So I am truly 100% for Biden and Harris, and I'm just excited to be, watching my new president. And
so, Ahmad, the theme this year, and by the way, that's Marine One coming to land at the White House to take President Trump to Andrews. But Ahmad, the theme this year is American unity. What would you like to hear from President Biden?
Well, I would like to hear strength, peace, and just how can we bring more young people to politics. And also it's about just uplifting spirits and just being a leader for everybody, especially people with disabilities.
Thank you, Ahmad, for calling in, and thank you for watching. Those pictures you're seeing were from the top of the Washington Monument, which overlooks the White House, and that's the south lawn of the White House where Marine One is now landing. and that's at the White House, the Marine One helicopter landing. It's about a 9-10 minute flight once the president gets on to go out to Andrews Air Force Base, and we will bring that to you live as well. Charlie's calling from the United Kingdom. Charlie, are you in the London area or somewhere else?
No, I'm in the southwest part of the UK, at the bottom, in a place called Dorset.
Okay, well, thank you for calling in. How closely do you follow American politics?
I research political extreme ideologies. I'm 23, but I research online discourse and how disinformation and misinformation affects politics around the world.
All right, so American unity is the theme this year for President-elect Biden's inauguration. What would you like to hear from him?
I think it's very important that America sets a standard for the world, really. We're seeing all over Europe issues with far-right ideologies or far-left ideologies. And I think it's really important that Biden tries to unite the world, not just America, being the person that is kind of seen as the leader of the free world, and having Trump, unfortunately, being so divisive and so neglecting the press and almost ruining their reputations, or your reputation, as it were, just by constantly barraging you with false information and false accusations. I think it's very important that Biden and Kamala bring the world together and kind of inspire some hope across the world and ensure that we have a peaceful transition of power in as many countries as possible.
What's the status of Dorset right now, especially given the pandemic?
Well, the UK has now got the highest death toll per capita in the world. I believe we're the second death toll in the world as well. We had a record of 1,600 deaths just yesterday. Dorset itself, or the entire United Kingdom, is in lockdown at the moment. And Dorset itself is seeing a spike in hospitalizations as well as deaths, unfortunately, and new cases. So it's a grave issue across the entire country, and I think unfortunately that's come from lack of information, lack of mandates, legal proceedings that have gone through, and just having a almost one-party system that we have with our Conservatives at the moment. It's caused a problem, and the fact that Trump wasn't exactly telling the truth all the time has enabled other politicians, especially Boris and his cabinet, to do the same thing in the UK. And unfortunately, I believe that's led to an increase of deaths. And we have a high number of people that don't believe in vaccines, don't believe COVID's real. The number of people that believe in QAnon is rising by the day. It's kind of it's spreading all across Europe, and it's a great misfortune.
That's Charlie calling from Dorset, England, and this is Teresa in Seattle. Teresa, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for having me. I just want to let you know that I had an opportunity, the awesome opportunity to meet Vice President Harris when she came to Seattle. But as far as the commentary, I want to make a brief analogy using Humpty Dumpty as far as the unity. Humpty Dumpty was on the wall, big, fat, and fell off in pieces. And I use that as Trump. When he gained power, he got the big head, and then, everything fell apart. So the task for the Biden administration is going to be able to, which I believe they'll be able to pick up the pieces and move the country forward in the right direction as far as building trust with America and with the global community. And also, I wanted to say,
when you think about American unity, Teresa, what does that phrase mean to you?
That unity means to me that we're able to believe again. We're able to believe again. We're able to join hands again and just be free again, because it's like we was kind of in chains. And so bringing us back together again to believe again. And I wanted to say, like when Trump was in office, it was like sitting between madness and sadness. But now we have a 97% with the Biden administration to sit between goodness and mercy.
And that's Teresa in Seattle. Greta Bronner's been looking at news sites and social media sites all morning.
Jake Sherman with the new outlet on Capitol Hill, Punchbowl News, tweets this out: Biden's inauguration, and he encapsulates it this way: 2 hours and 40 minutes from 11:21 a.m. to 2 p.m. A ceremonial mask layered with an N95, an invocation, a pledge of allegiance, a national anthem by Lady Gaga, music by Jennifer Lopez, and a poem by the poet laureate. That's Joe Biden's inauguration. On the speech, PBS's NewsHour Washington correspondent tweets out the president-elect's speech is expected to be between 20 and 30 minutes. The speech is built around the themes of unity, and he will speak about, quote, the need to bring the country together during an unprecedented moment of crisis. This according to her sources. And then Chad Pergram of Fox News tweets this out yesterday. He talked with the Inauguration Committee Chair Roy Blunt, the senator from Missouri, on security for inauguration. And he said he told Chad Pergram, I feel good about where we are on security. But 4 years ago, when I chaired this, somebody asked me, what was your best moment of the inauguration? I said, when everybody got back inside. Now, many lawmakers will be attending today's celebrations, and some of them can bring guests as well. And the Hill newspaper reports this morning that Steve Scalise, the Republican leader from Louisiana, is bringing Democratic operative Donna Brazile as his guest. From the Hill's reporting, they say that Steve Scalise said he thought it would be an act of unity by bringing her and reaching out to Donna Brazile. So Donna Brazile, Steve Scalise's guest today.
Well, Greta mentioned that President-elect Biden's speech is supposed to be about 20 to 30 minutes. Don't know how many words that is, but it was in 1841 that William Henry Harrison delivered the longest inauguration speech to date. That was 8,460 words. Of course, he lasted just a month in office before dying. And William Howard Taft, James K. Polk, and James Monroe also delivered long speeches. The shortest on record is George Washington's second inaugural, 135 words. Now, recent inaugural addresses: Donald Trump in 2017, 1,433 words. Barack Obama in 2013 was 2,096 words. Jerry's in Milwaukee. Jerry, what would you like to hear from President-elect Biden today during his inaugural address?
I want to hear one sentence. I will sign after the Congress enacts the PRO Act, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. We in organized labor have been decimated and destroyed since the end of World War II, starting with the amendments to the National Labor Relations Act in 1947, the Taft-Hartley amendments. We in organized labor got Joe Biden elected. 77 trade unionists, myself included, went between 3 states, Wisconsin,
Hey,
Michigan.
Jerry, we're going to leave it there as we're concentrating on the inauguration today and its history, its symbolism. What past inaugural addresses have stuck with you, have resonated with you, and given the theme of this year's inauguration, American Unity, what would you like to hear from the new president? Carrie's in Lowell, Oregon. Carrie, you're on C-SPAN. Good morning.
Good morning. I have no doubt I'm going to hear exactly what I want to hear from Vice President-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That I have no worries about that whatsoever. I do have, and I think a lot of what could go an awful long way in the next several years is a lot more bipartisan activity, and I'd like to hear what Stephen, I think it's Scalise, is his invitee, being a Democrat. I think a lot of that would help the country. I have concerns about the divide and the sets of facts and the division in values. I have moved to a more conservative area, and I'm going to be odd man out, and I'm typically odd man out anywhere I go, so I'm not really excited about that. But I tried to make a bridge, and I sent Morrow, I think it's Lance Morrow's video that C-SPAN did the other day. He's the author of God and Mammon.
Right.
And I loved listening to him because he's in the middle and he can see both sides of everything. And I typically can do that too. And I always see so much missing in the way that we communicate. And as much of a Democrat as I am, and as much as I know I'll hear what I want to hear, I worry about going in and sweeping everything away that 50% or a large part of our population is concerned about, because that's only going to anger and strengthen the and not really heal. So I think conversations need to be deeper when it comes to abortion, when it comes to policies. They just can't be, I'm on this side and I'm on that side. The average American, including myself, we don't know the ramifications of most of what we vote, get on board and root for and add to the circus the gentleman from Scotland was referring to. So I'm cautiously optimistic.
Carrie, has there been an inaugural address in the past that has stuck with you and perhaps addressed some of your concerns?
Well, I'm not really a very plugged-in person. I wouldn't say my whole life. Of course, Obama was the one who spoke to me the most because that's my mindset. I just think the values and the way in which to get, not that the other side, I hate to say side, has lesser values in mind. There just seem to be so different, or such a different approach on how to get there.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Carrie, thanks so much. And President and Mrs. Obama, President and Mrs. Bush, and President and Mrs. Clinton will all be attending the inauguration and will be going to Arlington Cemetery this afternoon to join the new president, President and Mrs. Biden, at a wreath-laying ceremony. Prescott in Rancho Cucamonga, California. Good morning. American unity is the theme of this year's inauguration.
Good morning.
We're listening.
Thank you. I am happy to see President-elect Biden's speech for unity, mostly because I am 20 years old, so there has been only 2 president inaugurations that I remember. However, from historical sense, Jimmy Carter's unity, especially after the whole Watergate fiasco, and acknowledging that America is based upon how we need to be united, as well as LBJ's inaugural speech on 1965 about unity, especially after JFK's murder. I believe this unity message that President-elect Biden will be representing will be a fantastic one, and it will bring a sense of urgency to finally defeat this pandemic, especially when all those who are attending this inauguration will see the memorial for COVID and the representation that so many Americans have lost their lives, and we need to be able to come united to combat it.
Now, Prescott, it sounds like you've done a little bit of research into presidents and inauguration addresses.
Yes, I am a history major from my community college. So I'm happy to see that also with Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady of the United States incoming. She is a community college teacher, professor. So I'm happy to see that in the first family that will be incoming on when they take the oath of office.
Thanks for calling in this morning. Gene in Fruitland Park, Florida. Gene, whose inaugural address in the past have you enjoyed, or heard a message that you enjoyed?
I came of age during JFK, and so of course all of his speeches are memorable to me. He was so alluring to those of us who were young and looked and wanted something new and wanted new hope. And again, of course, President Obama. And now I look forward to Joe Biden. Joe Biden's going to be a different kind of president. He's going to be like a father trying to calm the children that have gotten to the point where they do nothing but fight and scream at each other. And I'm hoping to hear in his speech more than just unity, but a peace and a beginning to listen to each other and becoming Americans again. I have never cried so much for my country as I have in the past 4 years. And in the past week, I've constantly cried, especially since January the 6th. I have spent my time trying to explain to relatives how this was just the most awful thing I've ever seen. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Biden has looked out for the children in this inauguration. These children have been traumatized by what's going on in the United States lately, and he's offering something in his inauguration I've never seen, something for the children to educate them about the presidency, educate them about the inauguration and their country a little bit. As a lifelong teacher, I've been teaching since 1969. I really appreciate that in Joe Biden.
That's Jean in Fruitland Park, Florida. Now, Damien is calling in from Australia. Damien, where in Australia are you?
I'm actually in Brisbane, Australia. How are you?
I'm fine. What do you think about all this pomp and circumstance that you're seeing from Washington, D.C. this morning?
Oh, look, from an Australian point of view, we used to have a great relationship with America in the past, and it sort of has gone downhill in the last 4 years, which has been quite sad. Our former Prime Minister Turnbull was, very much wanting to get along with Trump, and then Trump sort of snubbed him. And it's, Morrison has tried to build it back up, but it hasn't been well received here. So hopefully with Biden and not just Australia, but the rest of the world, we can all work together. I don't know, with the coronavirus, we've taken a different tact, and it seems to have worked. And hopefully, Biden can work with the rest of the world again to bring back unity. I know there's unity in America, but unity with the rest of the world. So, America is always known as the land of the free, as it's sung in your national anthem. But it doesn't come across like that right now.
Now, Damien, did President Trump make the daily news in Australia?
Oh, very much so. There wasn't a day where he didn't make the news over here for, some things that were incredibly stupid that were said. I don't want to show disrespect, but, with the coronavirus and other things, and some things he did were smart, trying to make America great again with bringing back people building and things in America, and putting America first. And I can just see him on TV right now that I can report that he's leaving the White House as we speak with the First Lady.
That's right. He's walking out right now with Melania Trump. The media hangs out there on the left, so he might be making some remarks to them. They'll board the helicopter, take a 9-10 minute flight out to Andrews Air Force Base. He's scheduled to make remarks there as well before they depart for Florida on Air Force One. Damien, thanks for joining us today from Australia. We'll be live. Do you plan on sticking with the events? I take it it's, 8 in the evening in Brisbane?
No, it's 11 o'clock, going on midnight nearly, so probably time for bed soon. But I'll wake up and catch it all later on.
All right, we'll be here. DJ, Sacramento, California. Good morning to you. What would you like to hear from President-elect Biden?
Well, I've been voting since 1973. The first person I voted for was George McGovern. But I have never seen this country so divided, and it scares the living daylights out of me. I served 20 years in the Air Force, and I have never seen such stuff like this. This nation has to stop the hate. Biden needs to bring this country together, and I think he can do it.
And you say 1973 was the first time?
First time I voted. I turned 18 and I got to vote. And believing me, it was an experience. It was great. I loved it. We had the old voting booth where you had to use the little thing and check the thing. I mean, it was definitely not high tech.
That's DJ in Sacramento. we're going to spend a little time and we're going to watch the south lawn of the White House and the president depart. and Marine One departed from its usual path to Andrews, and it just flew up the National Mall past the Capitol. And in about 8-9 minutes, he'll be landing at Andrews Air Force Base, scheduled to make remarks there. We are scheduled to bring that to you live as well. And President-elect Biden is due to depart Blair House this morning as well in the near term. And Blair House, by the way, is right across from the White House. And he will depart there and head to St. Matthew's Catholic Church along with congressional leadership for a service. As we get closer to noon, more and more events. All the events are picking up now, so we'll be covering them all live. And taking your phone calls, Cynthia in Sandpoint, Idaho. American Unity is the name of the inauguration, or the theme of the inauguration this year. What do you think?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe in that is an excellent goal for all of us, and no matter who the president is who is elected, and please forgive my voice, I've just recovered from 2 months of fighting COVID, and I'm 69 years old. I believe that politics divide us, but the American spirit is, I think that if you ask every American or most Americans what they believe in, the answer will be the same. However, our country is totally divided, and the only way it will be unified is if everyone stops looking at the past, trying to vilify President Trump, whom I admire, and also, not everything he did do I respect, and he was not my candidate. I sort of held my nose when I voted for him, but I was pleasantly surprised. However, if the politicians would stop trying to go backward and look forward, everyone in America wants there to be peace, except for, a few fringe people. And I think most Trump supporters are afraid to even express it, because if they do publicly, then everyone is pretty angry with them. I've seen that in every election. When I was a child, and for most of my early life, I wanted to be the first lady president of the United States. But when I got divorced, I knew that would never happen at the time, because of a divorced woman would never become president. But I think that the only way for unity is for us all to look forward and leave the past behind, not trying to punish people in the past. I think we need to go forward and know that this world is a dangerous place. And COVID-19, from personal experience, is a horrible thing. I caught it at the hospital when I was getting a CAT scan, and 2 days later was informed that I had been subjected to someone in the hospital who was positive after they had been with me. And even though I was masked and social distancing, there's a lot of close contact when you're having a procedure.
So,
and
Cynthia, what have the last
lived.
what have the last 2 months been like for you?
It's been hell, frankly. I mean, I have attended as a guest of President Reagan the inauguration, and I have been to several, both Democratic and Republican. I don't care who is elected. The minute they are sworn in, I put my 100% faith in them, even if I don't believe that they, are after the same thing that I am. And I think that most Americans feel that way, but there's so much anger and so much, between COVID, I don't think that President Trump can be held responsible for 400,000 deaths, because he didn't infect them. We all know that COVID originated in China, and no one talks about it being any responsibility. It's all President Trump's. So I pray for peace. I know that most people who agree with me that do think that Trump did a lot of good things. But I do believe that this is the saddest inauguration I have ever watched. I have never missed a minute of any of them. I've been up all night waiting to make sure I didn't miss 1 minute, and I will for the rest of my life.
All right. Thank you, Cynthia. That was Vice President-elect Kamala Harris in her motorcade and en route to either Blair House to meet up with the President-elect or off to St. Matthews. We don't know, but that was her motorcade in downtown Washington. Maybe Greta Bronner knows.
Peter, as we're watching the video and the day unfold, we saw the president leaving the White House for the final time. Just real quickly, Jennifer Jacobs, who reports for Bloomberg from the White House, notes that the president said this. It was, quote, the honor of a lifetime. Trump tells us and mouths thank you to the press. He said he just wants to say goodbye, and we love the American people. Peter?
Joyce, Bakersfield, California. American unity is the theme of this year's inauguration. There have been many in the past that have had themes as well. Any stick with you?
Good morning. I am so excited to be able to speak with you this morning. And of course, Obama's inauguration was absolutely historical. And I still get teary-eyed when I think about what a huge step that was for America. Just absolutely heartwarming. But I called in this morning because I would like to hear President Biden's administration's plans to address the concerns of those fringe groups who participated in that January 6th insurrection.
Do you think that's something he's going to address in his inauguration address?
I think he would miss an opportunity, that first step, if he doesn't say something about how he plans to listen to those people. We can't have real unity without somebody. Let me say it like this: we can't have real unity with so many people feeling smothered like those people are. I'm black, and as a black person, I couldn't understand why are these white people, excuse that, all those racial tones, but listen, why are those white people talking about they want to be free? Free from what? And then I listened to an interview, just in passing, the news anchor asked a Boogaloo member why he was participating in that insurrection. And he said, well, it was a long conversation. But anyway, long story short is, too many people feel oppressed.
All right, Joyce, we're going to leave it there. Here's the president arriving at Joint Base Andrews.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and First Lady of the United States, Donald J. Trump and Melania Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we love you, and I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart. This has been an incredible 4 years. We've accomplished so much together. I want to thank all of my family and my friends and my staff and so many other people for being here. I want to thank you for your effort, your hard work. People have no idea how hard this family worked. They worked, and they worked for you. They could have had a much easier life, but they did a fantastic job. I just want to thank all of you, everyone. I want to thank Mark Meadows, who's here, someplace right there. I want to thank Mark. But it's been something very special. We've accomplished a lot. Our First Lady has been a woman of great grace and beauty and dignity. And so popular with the people, so popular with the people. In fact, honey, would you like to say a few words, please?
Being your First Lady was my greatest honor. Thank you for your love and your support. You will be in my thoughts and prayers. God bless you all. God bless your families. And God bless this beautiful nation. Thank you.
What else has to be said, right? But what we've done, that's true, honey, great job. What we've done has been amazing by any standard. We rebuilt the United States military. We created a new force called Space Force. That in itself would be a major achievement for a regular administration. We were not a regular administration. We took care of the vets, 91% approval rating. They've never had that before. The vets have given us, the VA, the vets have given us an approval rating like has never been before. We took care of our vets and our beautiful vets. They were very badly treated before we came along. And as you know, we get them great service, and we pick up the bill, and they can go out and they can see a doctor if they have to wait long periods of time. We got it so that we can sadly get rid of people that don't treat our vets properly. We didn't have any of those rights before when I came on, so our vets are happy, our people are happy, our military is thrilled. We also got tax cuts, the largest tax cut and reform in the history of our country by far. I hope they don't raise your taxes. But if they do, I told you so. And if you look at the regulations, which I consider the regulation cuts to be maybe even more important, that's why we have such good and have had such good job numbers. The job numbers have been absolutely incredible. When we started, had we not been hit by the pandemic, we would have had numbers that would never have been seen. Already our numbers are the best ever. If you look at what happened until February a year ago, Our numbers were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And even now, we really built it twice. We got hit. Nobody blames us for that. The whole world got hit, and then we built it again. And now the stock market is actually substantially higher than it was at its higher point prior to the pandemic. So it's really, you could say we built it twice. And you're going to see incredible numbers start coming in if everything is sort of left alone. Be careful. Very complex. Be careful. But you're going to see some incredible things happening. And remember us when you see these things happening, if you would. Remember us, because I'm looking at elements of our economy that are set to be a rocket ship up. It's a rocket ship up. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest economy in the world. And as bad as the pandemic was, we were hit so hard, just like the entire world was hit so hard. Places that thought they got away with it didn't get away with it. They're suffering right now. We did something that is really considered a medical miracle. They're calling it a miracle, and that was the vaccine. We got the vaccine developed in 9 months instead of 9 years or 5 years or 10 years or a long time. It was supposed to take a long time, many, many years to develop a vaccine. We have 2 out. We have another one coming almost immediately, and it really is a great achievement. So you should start to see really good numbers over the next few months. I think you're going to see those numbers really skyrocket downward. And I can only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. And we had a lot of obstacles, and we went through the obstacles. And we just got 75 million votes, and that's a record in the history of sitting presidents. That's an all-time record by a lot, by many millions. In the history of sitting presidents, it's been really just an honor. One of the things we're very, very proud of is the selection of almost 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. That's a very big number. That's a record-setting number. And so we've done a lot, and there's still things to do. The first thing we have to do is pay our respects and our love to the incredible people and families who suffered so gravely from the China virus. It's a horrible thing that was put onto the world. We all know where it came from, but it's a horrible, horrible thing. So be very careful, be very, very careful. But we want to pay great love to all of the people that have suffered, including families who have suffered so gravely. So with that, I just want to say you are amazing people. This is a great, great country. It is my greatest honor and privilege to have been your president. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better. I wish the new administration great luck and great success. I think they'll have great success. They have the foundation to do something really spectacular. And again, we put it in a position like it's never been before, despite the worst plague to hit since, I guess you'd say 1917, over 100 years ago. And despite that, Despite that, the things that we've done have been just incredible, and I couldn't have done it without you. So just a goodbye. We love you. We will be back in some form. And again, I want to just, in leaving, I want to thank our Vice President, Mike Pence, and Karen. I want to thank Congress, because we really worked well with Congress, at least certain elements of Congress. But we really did. We've gotten so much done that nobody thought would be possible. But I do want to thank Congress. And I want to thank all of the great people of Washington, D.C., all of the people that we worked with to put this miracle together. So have a good life. We will see you soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Once in your shoes, I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel must have seen her dancing in the sand. Now she's in me, always with me, tiny dancer in my hand. Jesus freaks out in the street, handing tickets out for gone, turning back, she just laughs. The boulevard is not that bad. Piano man, he makes a stand in their auditorium, looking on. She sings the songs, the words she knows, tune she hums. Oh, how it feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you, and you can hear me when I say softly, slowly.
Yes, it was my way.
Lord Jesus, you healed the wounds of sin and division. Christ have mercy. Lord Jesus, you intercede for us with your Father, Lord, have mercy. Now, mighty God, have mercy on us, forgive us our sins, and bring us to everlasting life. Let us pray. God, you
And the Bidens are now at St. Matthew's Catholic Church on Rhode Island Avenue, about 8 blocks north of the White House. They're attending a service along with congressional leaders there. The president departed Andrews Air Force Base on Air Force One, as you saw, with closing remarks and also the music selected by the Trump folks. And by the time he lands in West Palm, he'll still be president. It's about a 2-hour flight. He has 3 hours left in his presidency. Pretty soon you're going to start seeing people come into the Capitol, the VIPs there on the west front of the Capitol. A lot of security here in D.C. We want to continue to hear your voices as we watch the events of today. Coming up, the next thing that we'll probably watch is the departure from St. Matthew's, and then the arrival at the Capitol and some of the VIPs showing up at the Capitol. Full schedule of events all day long, including a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington Cemetery with President and Mrs. Biden and former Presidents Bush, Clinton, and Obama as well attending that. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8920 if you live in the East and Central time zones. 202-748-8921 for those of you in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. We're hearing from our international callers as well today. 202-748-8922 is the number for you to dial. And then if you want to send a text message, we'd love to hear from you. Include your first name and your city. 202-748-8903. This is the 59th time in our country's history that there has been a transfer of power from one president to another. That is occurring today as we speak. Joe Biden will be the 46th president. Kamala Harris will be the 49th vice president. Let's hear from Michael in Summers Point, New Jersey. Michael, you're on C-SPAN. American unity is the theme of the Biden inauguration. What do you think?
Well, good morning. Good morning to yourself and all the viewers. I did have a chance to type this out, so if I sound like I'm reading, it is because I am. I'm looking forward to the normalcy of the Biden inauguration and presidency. He will avoid gloating and divisiveness, unlike our outgoing president. Trump, in my opinion, I think it's important to always put that in there, that clause, was 100% toxic, meaning, yes, he did accomplish things, but his accomplishments were tarnished by the way he conducted himself and by his, let's call them, extracurricular
So
activities.
given your opinion there, Michael, let's go off script here. Given your opinion there, how do you think you would like to hear Joe Biden address your views in his inaugural address?
Well, that's a really good question. I think that he needs not do much. We all know what was outgoing. I think what's important is for him to state or restate his goals so that we can see as an American public what a real, genuine man, that may sound hokey, but a real, genuine man, a politician, if you will, a professional, will conduct the office of the presidency quite differently. This was an experiment that went badly wrong. So we need change, and I think it's going to be drastic and swift. I think that's the requirement here, that he do everything that he intends to do and do it quickly, because as
All
a
right,
nation...
Michael, we're going to leave it there and hear from Xavier in Singapore. Xavier, good greetings to you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Congratulations to Biden for winning the presidency. It's certainly been a very interesting set of events. And I hope we can all move forward from the recent, from all the events that have happened so far.
All right, Xavier, before we hear any more from you, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm in Singapore right now. It's pretty late in the night right now. I was actually just wrapping up some work, wrapping up some stuff at work over here, and then suddenly I just hadn't noticed this on YouTube.
All right.
That's it.
That's Xavier watching us in Singapore. Esther is in Baldwin, New York. Esther, has there been an inaugural address in the past that has really stuck with you, or an inauguration that you admired?
Well, I'm old. So JFK, of course. But what I'm looking for from Biden, I'm the principal of a school in Brooklyn, New York. And my children are lacking something that every American child should have, and that's hope. I need for him to address the blatant, explicit racism that we have heard over the last 4 years. My children, my kids, need to feel the way I felt when I was their age, that anything they want in this country is possible for them, no matter what they look like, no matter who they love, no matter the choices they make about their lifestyle, that everything that this country has to offer is open to them. And in a way, Trump did us a favor. So much was hidden before that we all came to see on the surface. And I feel like I was a little Pollyanna before about where we were as a nation in moving forward past the racism, sexism of the past. Trump kind of showed us that it's still there to an extent that many of us did not realize.
All right, Esther in Baldwin, New York. Greta Bronner's been looking at social media and news sites all morning.
Jennifer Jacobs, who covers the White House for Bloomberg, has this scoop. President Trump wrote the incoming President Joe Biden a note. Sources tell her Trump never came to the Oval Office this morning, but the letter was left for the incoming president in the Oval via an aide. And the Vice President Mike Pence left a note for the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris on his desk in the West Wing. Now, around noon today, President-elect Joe Biden will be sworn into office. Some details about the Bible. The Huffington Post reports the hefty 127-year-old family heirloom that Biden will use at his inauguration has many important dates recorded inside. The New York Times has a picture of the Bible. Take a look at this. It's from 1893. It's 5 inches thick and has a Celtic cross on the cover. Huffington Post reports that the Bible comes from the Biden side of the family, and that's what he told Late Show host Stephen Colbert during an interview last month. Biden's father's family has English and Irish roots, and the president-elect told Colbert that every important date in the family's history has been inscribed in this Bible, including all the times he has been sworn in as senator and as vice president. They go on to report the Biden family Bible has emerged during important moments in the president-elect's political career. Soon after Biden was elected as a Delaware senator in November of 1972, a car crash claimed the lives of his wife and 13-month-old daughter and injured their 2 sons. Not wanting to leave his sons in the hospital, Biden ended up being sworn in with the family Bible from a hospital room. Decades later, Beau Biden used the same Bible to swear in as Delaware's Attorney General. Beau Biden died of brain cancer in 2015. Here is the photo of the then Senator-elect Joe Biden getting sworn in 1972 from that hospital room. Now, Kamala Harris will be sworn in by Justice Sotomayor and using Thurgood Marshall's Bible for her swearing in. And some other details about today's pageantry. Kate Bennett, who reports for CNN, says that Dr. Jill Biden will be wearing a female American designer today. The specifics are unknown. You just saw the outgoing First Lady Melania Trump at the farewell ceremony for them. Kate Bennett says that Melania Trump today wore Chanel crop jacket pre-fall 2020 collection.
Several live events this afternoon and today coming up. Of course, the inauguration ceremony itself begins at about 11:30. A few people are coming in. You can see there's nobody allowed on the National Mall. A few invited guests and members of Congress up on the steps of the West Front. And then this afternoon there will be a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington Cemetery. On the East Front there will be a military pass in review. And then President Biden will be out there to see that. And then there'll be a short military escort this afternoon from 15th Street or so to the White House. That's later this afternoon. It's in lieu of the parade that usually happens down Pennsylvania Avenue. In the meantime, we're going to continue to take your calls. Chris in Oroville, Washington. Chris, are you old enough to have ever attended an inaugural, or is there one that sticks out in your mind?
Reagan was a good one. Clinton was a good one. I'm a conservative. that last caller. Can you imagine? Right now, 70 million people are screaming that he wasn't wearing a mask when he got off the plane and got on the plane. So we are divided. I wish every president good luck. We hope that he does a great job. Back to politics as usual, which maybe we need a breather from this administration, but I'll be glad to see politics as usual. I thought Obama was on TV all the time, but nothing compared to President Trump. I mean, he was a 24-hour news service himself, wasn't he?
So when you say that we are divided, the theme of this year's inauguration is American unity. What would you like to hear from President-elect Biden?
Well, I feel like his comments will be short, and if it is all-day events, I do hope he gets some time for a nap in the middle there. He is a pretty elderly fella, as all of our leaders are right now. McConnell, Schumer, Pelosi, all over 75 years old. I hope everybody just takes a breath. Let's get going again. We got a new guy in office. You have to wish the president luck because our country needs leadership, and I hope he gives it. And if he can't, I hope Kamala can. And you know, we're America, and we've always had disagreements. This is no new thing. We've been in wars for 200 years of our 240. So these things just happen, and it's unfortunate how Trump's presidency ended. That run on the Capitol was, I can't say it's the worst thing I've ever seen, but it was pretty terrible. I mean, we live in Washington, Seattle, or Portland. They've had insanity the last year. I don't think those were conservative values. I don't think this run on the Capitol was conservative values. We're living in some strange times, but this is not president stuff. This is social media stuff and news coverage stuff that makes, and now with us in this pandemic, we're just listening to this news 24 hours a day, and it's making people crazy. Would you agree with that?
That's Chris in Oroville, Washington. Let's hear from Misty in Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Misty, you're on C-SPAN.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you taking my call. I'm coming from a total different tack than what I've heard this morning. And by the way, it took me about 176 calls to get through. I've been trying for almost 2 hours. But this Unite, they can throw that down the toilet. It's not going to happen. There are too many people like me that have seen calling for impeachment for President Trump the day he was elected. We've seen our agencies, the State Department, the Justice Department, work actively to have a coup, this whole fake Russian thing, 2 impeachments. And now we have big tech censoring everything conservative, everything Republican. People are getting fired. We've seen riots and Black Lives Matter. And
hey, tell you what, Misty, we're trying to stick with the inauguration today. What would you like to hear from Joe Biden?
Okay, well, I don't think there's going to be any unity. I really don't believe there's anything he can say that will make me convinced that this election wasn't stolen and that Donald Trump has been set up all 4 years. It's so obvious. And I would like to hear
All right, Misty, that's Misty in Arkansas. I want to show you a picture taken by Tammy Thuringer, who's on the staff here at C-SPAN, one of our producers, with the extra security. She took that through a fence, looking up at the Capitol. It looks like she took it from the house side, and there's the botanical gardens in the foreground. Of course, it's all blocked off. It's difficult to maneuver around here right now. Tony is calling in from India. Tony, where in India are you?
I'm in Calcutta.
You're in Calcutta?
That's on the eastern side of India.
Right, right. And why are you watching C-SPAN today?
I don't know. It's just America has been interesting for some time. I'd say.
Do you follow American politics closely?
Not really, but since 2016, it's been very difficult to avoid doing that.
So you've heard about President Trump in Calcutta, huh?
Yeah, I have.
He made a visit to India.
He did, yes. He did in February of the previous year.
What did you think of that?
Let's just... I thought many things, but let's not go there. I just want to say this, that even though recent events have not been great, American democracy remains an inspiration all over the world. And there has been, I know foreign policy is not on the top of mind of American people or presidents at this moment, but they talked about... I've heard news about the League of Democracies that some people or the media I consume, they have been talking about. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure this won't get to anybody important, but just don't let Britain hijack it. Like, make it like a real League of Democracies where, like, have a global view of it. I don't know.
All right, Tony.
Kind of
Tony, before we let you go, will you tell us about life in Calcutta now during the pandemic?
Yeah, so there's a lack of information, reliable information about the numbers and the like the government regulations that are out here. So I don't know. I just stay at home. I'm lucky that I don't have any financial difficulties. I only go out to get groceries. I wear a mask at all times when I'm out. And yeah, at this time in evenings, which is right now, it's about 7:50 in India in the evening. So at this time, I'd be out with people. Instead, I'm watching C-SPAN.
Well, we're glad you're watching C-SPAN in Calcutta, Tony. Let's return and talk with Greta Bronner.
Matt Visor of the Washington Post sends out this tweet with details about what the president-elect will be wearing today. Joe Biden is expected to wear a navy suit and navy overcoat, both by American designer Ralph Lauren, according to transition officials. And Dr. Jill Biden is wearing an ocean blue wool tweeded coat and dress by emerging American designer Alexandra O'Neill. And then also some pictures from up on the platform for the inauguration. Niels Lesniewski with roll call, making sure the chairs for members of Congress are 6 feet apart. You can see somebody measuring there. And then take a look at this image. The senator-elect, the new one from Georgia, will get a designated seat today and a seat for a guest. This is from Philip Crowther, who reports for the Associated Press. He and Senator-elect Reverend Warnock also getting a seat up there. And then Chad Pergram of Fox News reports on the other side of the Capitol. He takes this photo noting east front of the U.S. Capitol on Inauguration Day. Most inaugurations were held here until Reagan moved it to the west front in 1981. And then a new poll out by Ed O'Keefe of CBS News shows that 3-1 Americans see Kamala Harris's history-making moment as a good thing. And then also some well wishes. This is from Senator Tom Carper from Delaware, the longtime colleague of Joe Biden, saying that today represents a new beginning for the country. It marks the beginning of healing, of unifying, of coming together to get through this crisis and build back better. There will also be several governors attending today, and one of them is Arizona Governor Doug Ducey, a Republican, saying he's proud to represent the state of Arizona at our nation's 59th presidential inauguration with his son, Joe, and honor a peaceful transition of power. Siobhan Hughes of Wall Street Journal, this coming out from John Bresnahan, one of her colleagues on Capitol Hill. The former Speaker, Paul Ryan, has been spotted at today's inauguration as well. And then just finally about security. Alex Bolton tweeted this out yesterday. Capitol Police is informing reporters that any member of the press trying to go through security screening with a bulletproof vest today will be denied entry. Reporters are told they cannot wear vests, gas masks, or helmet. Dean Phillips, a congressman, he responds to that tweet yesterday saying this is totally unacceptable to preclude reporters and journalists from wearing vests to the inauguration when members of Congress and dignitaries are being advised by many to do so. The Fourth Estate is as integral to democracy as the branches themselves.
And this is the 59th time in our nation's history that there has been a transition of executive power. They've come in different forms, the pageantry of big inaugurations and parades. That's happened up in Vermont when Calvin Coolidge became president, when Warren Harding died. It's happened on Air Force One when LBJ was sworn in on November 23rd or November 22nd, 1963 as president, or Gerald Ford, August 9th, 1974 at the White House. So they've taken very different forms. This year again has a very different feel to it. That's a live picture from the Washington Monument looking east toward the Capitol, and the theme of this inaugural is American unity. Eliza, Tampa, Florida. Eliza, what would you like to hear from President-elect Biden?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. It's Eliza, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Unity, I think it's incredibly important. I actually, the minute you said the word unity much earlier this morning, I was reflecting on 9/11 and how we had all the flags in the car windows and all the cheering for the fire departments and police vehicles as they drove by. And there were no party lines. We were just simply Americans, and we were banding together, and it almost felt like the entire nation was hugging each other. And over the last 4 years, I've watched in the shock and sadness at the pandering to those with either negative intent and or undeserved blind loyalty. And it's been very painful. And I almost feel now with this unity vision coming into the new presidency, I feel like I've left a seriously abusive relationship. I don't, it's just like tears of relief. And I feel like we've spent 4 years being divided. And if you forget about the party lines and any positive things that were done during the Trump administration have been completely overshadowed, unfortunately, by actions and behaviors that were completely unpresidential. And I think this is a ray of hope. And I'm hoping we can get back. I mean, 9/11 was an incredible, horrible tragedy. But the unity, when we came together, I really hope, and I'm saying this as a Democrat within a Republican state.
Right, but Eliza, okay, you've made your point, but how do you think Joe Biden should address that in his inaugural address?
I truly hope he addresses each and every American as an American and not as a Democrat or a Republican, and I think he will.
All right, let's leave it there. Thanks for calling in. John is calling in from Southern California. Where in Southern California, John?
I'm just inside of LA.
Okay. All right. So, are there past inaugurals that have caught your attention, held you, or anything that you want to hear from President Biden today?
Well, as someone who studies political science, I really hope that he does. He has a big burden with the prospect of unifying our country. Division isn't just something political. It has something to do that is a reckoning that we can thank Trump for acknowledging and bringing out. But there are certain parts that we can't deny, and that is that what happened in Charlottesville was a small portion, but then what happened on the 6th was a little different because we had people that weren't on the fringe.
So how would you like to see President Biden address that?
Well, I don't have the panacea for that, but I hope he does, because the future of the Republic really does depend on it. He's going to have to bring together, I think, the adults in the Republican Party and help the Republican Party not succumb to their own division so that we can see true success.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hudson's in South Korea. Hudson, tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm an American living in South Korea. I live and work here. And for the past 4 years, it's been hard to hold my head up high as an American, and I feel as though I can finally do that. I feel as though a chapter in American history is passing. And in regard to the theme you mentioned about American unity, I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know exactly what he needs to say, but I do believe the American heart needs a recalibration. I believe that, America is a really interesting place. It's one of the few countries where you can actually go and try to make something of yourself, to change your life, to better yourself. And Americanness is not by blood. It's something that we can apply for. We can aspire to. And I really hope, as previous callers have mentioned, that he speaks to us. He speaks to all of us, including the 70 million or so who also voted for Donald Trump. Again, I don't know how he's going to do it, and he's got a lot that he has to do, and the burden on his shoulders got to be incredibly heavy. But, I think he is the guy to point us in that direction, to recalibrate the American heart.
So, Hudson, can you tell us what kind of work you do in South Korea?
Yeah, I teach at a university here. I teach English.
Are you in Seoul or in a different area?
Yes, I'm in Seoul, South Korea. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was President Trump for the last 4 years a daily news item in Seoul?
For me, yes. You know, as an American, yes. But for the common South Korean, I think not. I think occasionally, with some of the bigger stories in the news, you'd hear about him in the Korean press. But for us expats, I think we thought about him a lot, or about American politics a lot. Yeah.
And
I can't speak for Koreans.
But in general, do South Koreans follow American politics relatively closely?
I don't know if I can even say that, although there was a huge ripple when he went up to the DMZ and met with Kim Jong-un. People, I mean, regardless of what side of politics you're in Korea, that was a pretty momentous moment, although nothing really came of it. But people, were kind of, what's going on? They're looking at that.
Thanks for calling in. Thanks for watching us in South Korea today. Recently, we spoke with a former President Obama speechwriter about what goes into making a good speech.
My advice to him would be my advice to anybody who is giving a speech, which is, what is the one true thing that you can say, and to speak to this particular moment in the most honest way that you possibly can.
And John McConnell, your advice?
Take yes for an answer. You are President of the United States. The campaign is over. The country is looking to you with great expectations, great goodwill. This is not a country obsessed with politics. This is a country that has a lot of problems and a nasty tone in its politics. None of that has to be reflected in the inaugural address. You are the president. Look forward, look ahead, tell the country where you want to go, what you want to do. It's not about your adversaries. It's not about who you defeated. It's about you, and this is probably, you're probably not going to run for office again, so just be every inch the President of the United States. But he doesn't need my advice.
And that was from last week's Q&A program on C-SPAN. A reminder that President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris are at St. Matthew's Catholic Church right now in downtown Washington. They're at a service along with some of the congressional leadership, including Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader McConnell, Minority Leader Schumer. And after that, the Capitol will become the focus for the next several hours of what's going on Inauguration Day. People are already starting to arrive and sit down there on the West Front. And then once the ceremony begins at 11:30, noon is the constitutional time that the office needs to change over. So that will happen, and then there'll be some events in the Capitol afterwards, a signing ceremony, military pass and review on the East Front will happen, and then President Biden will be joined by former Presidents Clinton, Bush, and Obama at a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington Cemetery. And then there'll be a short parade, semi-parade from 15th Street to the White House. That's all happening today, all live on C-SPAN. A reminder to follow us on social media to get updates if you have to be away from your TV, at C-SPAN for Facebook, website, and Twitter. And we're going to continue to take your calls, and we're going to talk next with Eric in Dallas. Eric, have you been around long enough to witness previous inaugurations? And if so, which one stuck with you?
Well, I'm an independent. I've been in this world for 55 years, and I got strong vibes for Martin Luther King. And where I'm going with this is everybody is an individual in the United States of America. They have their own opinions, but what I would really love to see amongst all Americans is to unite together, no matter who you represent, Republican or Democrat. I would like to go fishing with with anybody, white, black, red, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I want people to be able to unite. You know, you got your own opinion about what's going on in America, but I know everybody knows the difference between right and wrong. And so I would like for everybody to kind of lean toward the right to the best of their ability so we can have unity.
So how should Joe Biden address that, in your view, in his inaugural address?
Well, I think he should speak on us being peaceful towards each other and unite so we can recreate America again. You know, this is where I would love to. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else besides in America, because the places I've been, the people that I've met, it's been a wonderful experience across my life. And so I'm just wanting people to get along together, no matter what their beliefs are behind what this president has done and what this president is doing, things of that nature. I want everybody to put their personal opinions aside and let the president and all the cabinets do their job to make everybody satisfied in America.
So, Eric, you're 55 years old. You told us, what kind of work do you do in Dallas?
Well, I'm an engineer by trade, but unfortunately now I'm disabled.
Okay. Now, if you're 55, you remember past inaugurations. Do you tend to watch these every 4 years?
Well, I'm really an independent. Whatever has happened in the past, it's in the past. No, I've never really paid any attention to the inauguration, but this last president that we've had, Trump, I'm speaking of, his competency was a lot of incompetence to me, you know. He didn't act like a president for the United States. And his followers, I would like for them to relax. America is America, one of the greatest places in the world. I want them to relax. No civil wars, things of that nature. But, you know, I just want everybody to accept Biden and let him do his job peacefully, and hopefully everything will get back straight.
That's Eric in Dallas, and Marcia is in Detroit. Good morning, Marcia. What's...
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. I would like for, my first experience was when Kennedy became president. So I'm a Democrat socialist, and I voted for Trump for 2020. But I think the biggest thing here is that it's censorship. I mean, if we don't have the right to say what we want and give our opinions, then I don't think there will be peace in this country. So I hope President Biden realized that how important it is to have the right, have free speech. I hope he realizes that, and I think it would probably cause some problems. I'm very sorry that President Trump did not release Julian Assange and Snowden. But I am very happy that he released our mayor here in Detroit, Kwame Kilpatrick, because I had years ago, I had asked the president to pardon Kwame Kilpatrick. I think it was an unjust jailing of him. But I wish for the whole country to be peaceful. I don't think that the president saw that the insurrection at the Capitol was going to happen, and I don't hold him responsible for that. You know, you have your children go out here and commit some crime against what America, Republicans stand for law and order. Okay, so I don't think that was his fault. But this present administration, I hope they tackle Twitter, Facebook, deactivate people accounts because they listen to Republicans. I'm a Bernie crat. You know, I voted 2 times when they for Bernie Sanders, and for 2020 I couldn't have voted for Biden and Kamala Harris because of their previous record on the injustice here of the 1994 crime bill. I couldn't vote. That's the only reason. That's the reason I didn't vote for that, and I voted for Trump.
All right, that's Marcia in Detroit. And President Trump yesterday, along with some other pardons and commutations, commuted Kwame Kilpatrick's, the former mayor of Detroit's, sentence. And I apologize that I'm not recalling what that crime was for. Marissa is in Luxembourg. Marissa, good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank
you for having me.
Why are you watching C-SPAN today in America's inauguration?
Well, I'm actually watching because I'm interested in American politics, and I've been following the last 4 years with a lot of interest. And I'm quite happy that today it gets to be Joe Biden to be inaugurated as a president.
So, did you just start watching American politics over the last 4 years because of Donald Trump, or have you watched casually in the past? Or?
Well, I think I started watching more closely when Obama took office, because I think it was a big achievement in a country like America to have like the first black president. But of course, I had seen and I had followed American politics before that. But honestly, the last 4 years have been a bit infuriating for people here in Europe, because I think, in my opinion, America deserves better.
Now, Marissa, did you spend? Are there a lot of conversations that go on about American politics in your circles?
Well, yeah, there are some conversations going on. I mean, Trump got to be in the news a lot of times. I mean, I would say even on a daily basis, depending on if he was in a good or a bad day. The company I work for also has some offices in the U.S., in Chicago, and so we got to exchange as well with our American correspondents there. So this is something that I was always interested in, especially in the last years, yeah.
All right. What do you think is important? What does America represent to you?
Well, I think for a normal European person like me, we've seen America throughout, growing up. All the movies, all the TV series, all the music comes usually from America. And I think most of us learn to see America like a beacon of hope and also as an example of democracy. And I think most of us got more interested in politics because the last 4 years were completely the opposite of what we were, accustomed to. And so that's why I'm feeling really, really hopeful for today. And I hope that America can go back to being, like an open, multicultural country, and to be an example for everyone.
Marissa in Luxembourg, thanks for your time today. Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Eli Stokols, who reports for the LA Times, sends this tweet out noting that the nuclear codes, called the nuclear football in D.C., is flying to Florida with President Trump, while President-elect Joe Biden is in D.C., set to receive another one at noon. You can read more from the LA Times on how Trump's avoidance of Biden's inauguration day has complicated matters and upended tradition, is what Eli Stokols writes. And then Alexandra Jaff, who writes for the Associated Press, two of the Biden administration's top communications officials are describing the incoming president's inaugural address as a forward-looking speech that will make little to no mention of his predecessor. And then a little history for you today. Rick Scott first, I'll give you this. The senator, former governor of Florida, says, "I will be attending the inauguration of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris today. This ceremony is an important tradition that demonstrates the peaceful transfer of power to our people and to the world." Many members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, attending. And then also Alexandra Jaff, again with the AP, reports that the vice president-elect is wearing Christopher John Rogers and Sergio Hudson Christopher. Christopher is a young black designer from Baton Rouge and lives in New York City. Sergio is a black designer from South Carolina. Doug Emhoff is wearing Ralph Lauren suit. And then finally here, a little history from the White House History Association. Thomas Jefferson was the first president to take his oath in the new national Capitol. His inaugurations were modest compared to those of modern presidents, but he did establish two important traditions that endure still today. And they write that Jefferson's second inauguration in 1805 gave birth to the other tradition. After the swearing-in ceremony at the Capitol, the president made his way home down Pennsylvania Avenue.
And Thomas Jefferson, when he was inaugurated as president, was living in a boarding house up by the current Library of Congress, which is just to the right there on the far side of the Capitol. Aubrey's in Coventry, Connecticut. And Aubrey, what would you like to hear from Vice President Biden, or President-elect Biden, sorry about that, as far as the theme of American unity goes?
I want to see Biden take care of the younger generation. I'm 22 years old. I believe that the younger generation is the future of America. You said that the theme of the inauguration was unity, and I feel like we have regressed significantly since Trump has been in office, and I also feel like he has divided us as a nation just due to the misinformation, the hatred, the immaturity. I just feel like he's not set a great example for the younger generation.
Aubrey, what kind of work do you do in Coventry? Are you a student?
Yes, I am.
And what are you studying?
Veterinary medicine.
Good luck to you. Tom's in Ontario, Canada. Tom, thanks for watching us in Canada. What kind of message are you looking for from America today?
Good morning, Peter in America. I just want to say, contrary to what some international callers have said, you should all be proud of your republic and this peaceful transition of power. In Canada, our transitions are based more on common law, where there isn't a constitution to follow for transitioning between administrations. And our governments are ultimately beholden to the crown and not the people. We still don't even elect our head of state and senators.
So that said, what is the message that you would like to hear coming from Washington today and President Biden?
I would say unity and to put America's stamp back on the world.
That's Tom in Ontario, and this is Leslie up in Connecticut, Norwalk, Connecticut. Leslie, good morning to you. Why are you watching C-SPAN today, and are you planning on watching all day?
Good morning. I'm actually waiting for the results of the test. So I'm home, and so I will be watching all day. And thank you so much for C-SPAN. I love it that there's not a lot of talking heads. It's my favorite part. Your question about, what do I want to hear? When I first told the screener, I said, I'll be grateful to have an adult in the room. And then I rethought myself and said, hey, we've got to start with ourselves and, not saying things like adult in the room. And I'd really like to hear him talk to everyone to, stop the rhetoric and start with ourselves and correct ourselves when we do stuff like that.
So, have you found yourself being guilty of maybe sowing disunity? Is that what you're saying?
From time to time, the words I use, and I often catch myself and correct it. But it's been difficult these last 4 years to not use that and not get riled up about the verbiage that's been used. And I hope to hear him say, we've all got to check ourselves.
That's Leslie in Connecticut. And are you waiting on your COVID results? Is that what you told us at the beginning?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Were you exposed?
No, but I've got some symptoms, so I'm hopeful it's just a passing flu or something.
We are too. We are too.
Amen.
All right, Leslie. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
Chauncey in Hermosa Beach, California. Chauncey, have you been around long enough to have observed other inaugurations? And if so, which ones are memorable to you?
I haven't actually observed all that many. Good morning to you as well. The first one I remember watching was Obama's in 2008. I don't believe I watched in 2012. I definitely watched Trump's inauguration in 2016. And certainly that was a much different affair from Obama's. Remember, I was impressed by they had the Marine Band or someone play Fanfare for the Common Man. There was a lot of elegance to that that presentation, and Obama's speech was wonderful. We got to get a taste of his oratory skills. And the inauguration in 2016 starkly contrasted that. I'm not going to repeat what George Bush Jr. said about Trump's speech, but it was uncanny, it was eerie, and it seemed pointed as if he was deliberately trying to create an image of America that he could then manipulate and use to manipulate his base, unfortunately.
All right, the theme this year is American unity. What do you want to hear from Joe Biden? If you were writing a speech, Chauncey, what would you put in there? What's that line that you would put in there, or that word?
I think something that he should allude to is restoring faith in our American news institutions and media outlets. I think that's something that really took a hit during the Trump presidency, and that's something that continues to stoke tensions. I think that would go a long way, if not directly addressing the lack of unity. That would be a place to start. If we could be on the same page about what is real, what is not, and most importantly, if he could signal a departure from the Trumpian misinformation, I think most Americans would breathe a sigh of relief. That's Chauncey in Hermosa Beach, California, as we continue to watch the arrivals at the Capitol. But let's check in again with Greta Bronner.
President-elect Joe Biden tweeting out this morning, "It's a new day in America." And his former boss, the former president, Barack Obama, tweeting out, "Congratulations to my friend, President Joe Biden. This is your time." And also up on Capitol Hill, Manu Raju of CNN notes that George W. Bush and Laura Bush have arrived at the Capitol for today's ceremony. And Kamala Harris, the incoming vice president, "I'm here today because of the women who came before me," is what she writes in a tweet. Also, just a note about what's ahead. Here's a scoop from Vivian Salama, who notes that a schedule sent to National Security Council staff Tuesday night shows more than 36 members of the incoming Biden national security staff plan to be in place by midday today when the president-elect is sworn in. She notes that the schedule shows that some of the staffers were in place at 10 a.m., 2 hours before the swearing in, a sign that the work could begin from the first minute President-elect Joe Biden takes office. And also reporting from Jennifer Epstein, Joe Biden will take office later today and begin a flurry of executive actions, including stopping border wall construction, revoking the Keystone Pipeline permit, rejoining the Paris Agreement and the World Health Organization, and imposing a mask mandate on federal property.
Next call is Catherine in Hewitt, New Jersey. Catherine, what would you like to hear from Vice President-elect Biden today?
Good morning, Peter. Yes. Speaking to the America United theme, I would love a recognition of, before there can be healing for the nation as a whole, there needs to be healing within the individual factions that exist in our country. And I'm calling you as an independent evangelical Christian who has recognized that I can identify with one of your previous callers who said, you know, there's a fear to speak up. Evangelicals are not cookie cutters who all believe the same thing. And it has just broken my heart to see the violence that has erupted with flags waving in the name of Jesus. That is not who we are. It's not who we're called to be. But oftentimes, those of us that oppose such behaviors have had to be silent because we're afraid of repercussions on the other side. So specifically to evangelicals, I would just ask everybody to put down their guns and get on their knees and pray and get back to the business of being Jesus's hands and feet and trying to reach a hurting world that's terrified of this pandemic right now so that we can have true healing as a nation. President Biden and President Trump have my prayers every day. And Peter, I also want you to know on January 6th, my heart was with everyone at CSPAN, and you guys were being thought of and prayed for from my house. Thank you so much for what you do for the public and for America.
And that's Catherine in Hewitt, New Jersey. Ka-ori is calling in from Tokyo. First of all, did I say your name correctly?
Almost.
Okay, say it for us, please. Kaori?
Kaori.
Thank you so much. Why are you watching C-SPAN today?
Oh, this is my first time to see Inauguration. I'm saying right because of time zone, but I'm long around enough to attend peace movement at 3 years old in 1969. I have similar experience with Vice President Harris, so I feel related. Yes. What I should say?
No. Tell us how do you feel about President-elect Biden being sworn in today?
Yes. So many countries in world is very divided, especially Japan. Especially Japan is very divided. I'm very liberal kind of Japanese, very rare breed. But Japanese government have been get along Trump administration. So
yeah, Mr. Abe and Mr. Trump seemed to be pretty good friends, didn't they?
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Kaori, have you been to the United States?
Yes, when I was university student, like
in 1969, late 80s. Okay.
Oh no, 80s.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for calling in today, and I hope you continue to watch us. What channel are you watching us on, or what station?
I'm on YouTube.
On YouTube, okay. Thank you. I'm glad you found us. Sarah in Yakima, Washington. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Sorry about that. My voice is off.
Okay, what would you like to say today about today's inauguration?
I don't normally care much for politics, but 2020 was no doubt a rather terrifying year for a lot of people. And there's a lot of problems that need to be dealt with and fixed. And I just wanted to wish President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala the best of luck in their presidential journey.
And what would you like to hear from President Biden today in his inaugural address?
I would just like to hear that he's going to try his best. Because it's like my mom says, there's certain things that are going to get worse before they can get better. And I just want to hear that he's going to try.
What do you do in Yakima, Washington, Sarah?
I currently am jobless, unfortunately. All I really do is make paintings and tiny sculptures is what I'm trying to do.
All right, good luck to you. Thanks for calling in. Richard is in Netherland, Colorado. Richard, we're about 2 hours away from a new president of the United States. What do you think about that?
Just fantastic. You know, I'm looking forward to this administration with all the nonsense that is going on. You know, we have 400,000 people dead right now. I'm hoping his speech is going to be, I don't know how it can be about unity, which is nice, but I think civility would work to get towards unity, because people just need to be civilized, use common sense, and choose civility. You know, when unity, it's tough when you come in as president and you're going to remove a lot of things that people that are supporters of Trump aren't going to like you removing those things. So I'm just hoping choose civility. You want unity, legalize federally legalize marijuana. That'll bring unity to the country.
And that's Richard in Netherland, Colorado. Tom is in Schenectady, New York. Tom, are you looking forward to noon today?
Well, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the inauguration, certainly. And if you're not excited by any presidential inauguration, I think you're really missing the point of what's going on. But to answer your question, in terms of what I'd like to hear today, I expect to hear him talk about unity. I want to hear him certainly speak about personal responsibility. But what I'd like to hear him say, and I'm not sure I'm going to hear it, is that there's a responsibility on all sides as it relates to the media in not continuing to make people fearful, not dividing people. I think such a big piece of unity is related to what people are being fed, if you will, when they're watching media, whether it be Fox or CNN, regardless of where you're getting your news from. Because the people who I know who are not watching 24/7 cable news are far more unified, or certainly far more likely to be unified, than those who do. So I'm not sure he's going to bite the hand that feeds him. I'd certainly, as a career politician, I don't think that he will. But I would like to, if you're asking the question in an ideal world in his speech today, what would I like to hear? I would like to hear him call for responsibility among those who share the news or spread the news to, as C-SPAN does, let people get the full story and judge for themselves, as opposed to some talking heads interpretation of what happened that day and trying to let you know how you should feel about it.
Yeah, Tom, we've heard from several viewers this morning about the personal responsibility aspect and the need to reach out to all sides.
Of course. Look, we're 330 million some odd people in this country, and only 150 million of them voted. So while we can puff out our chest and talk about how voter turnout was the highest it ever was, it still wasn't unanimous. There were still many people who chose not to vote. And there's a large contingency in this country, myself included, who are just disgusted by politics. But, I think we also don't blame either Mitch McConnell or Nancy Pelosi for the problems in our lives. If we have issues in our marriage, if we have issues with ourselves, health related, if you're, putting on more weight than you'd like, if you're not, eating the right things, if you're having an issue as it relates to your job that could be within your control, that's not the government's fault. That's not the government's responsibility. And I think that oftentimes, far too often, I should say, we don't look at ourselves the way that we ought to, and the news is certainly making it easier to look at somebody else and lay blame.
And each inauguration is different. Some have been on the backs of airplanes. Some have been in the White House. This one is on the west front of the Capitol. Ronald Reagan was the first president to hold it on the west front of the Capitol. It had always been on the east side prior. But this is the 59th time in our history that a transition of power, of executive power, has happened. And several VIPs arriving at the Capitol for the ceremony, and former presidents as well. It looks like Michelle Obama and her husband, the former president, and the Obamas, the Clintons, and the George W. Bushes will all be attending a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington Cemetery with the new president and his wife this afternoon, and that will be live, of course, on C-SPAN. A reminder, @C-SPAN is our handle for Twitter, Facebook, web, YouTube, you name it. @C-SPAN is what you should look for. Grace is in Fayetteville, North Carolina, as the music starts on the West Front.
Did you know
Grace, you're on C-SPAN.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
Grace, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I'm from Fayetteville, North Carolina. This is my first time watching the inauguration. I'm actually watching it right now in class with everyone in my AP government class. There's about like 20 of us in here right now. And I just wanted to say that I'm very excited watching this morning and to have a woman of color in office. And hopefully Biden brings healing and peace to our nation.
Now, Grace, how many people in your class is it being held by Zoom?
We're actually in person. We're social distancing right now,
All right.
but there's about 20 of us in class.
Who's your teacher?
Stephanie Eastman.
Eastman? Ms. Eastman?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
And what school do you go to?
I go to Freedom Christian Academy.
Freedom Christian Academy. Okay, can all the kids hear me right now?
Yeah, they can. Everyone. Like,
all right. So
that's my class.
Let's hear, Grace, and you do the counting. How many people supported Joe Biden during the campaign?
Everyone raise their hands. Who supports?
Who supports Joe Biden?
7, 8. I think there's about 9 people in my class.
Okay, and those who supported Donald Trump?
Who supports Trump? We're counting. About 9 who support Trump. So it's pretty even.
So pretty even.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure Ms. Eastman has talked about this extensively, but the peaceful transfer of power that this nation has, what do you think about that?
She's actually right here. She's actually right here and would love to speak on that.
All right.
Hi, I'm Ms. Eastman.
Hi, Ms. Eastman.
We have talked at length about that and how, it's happened since the Revolution of 1800 with Thomas Jefferson, and that this is, the bedrock of our democracy that we're watching today. So I'm honored to be here with all my students watching this.
And we're honored to have you call in. We're honored that you're watching us. Thank you, Ms. Eastman, and thank Grace, and wave to the AP class at Freedom Christian in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Let's return to
Thank you.
Let's return to Greta Bronner.
Peter, we showed our viewers earlier the Bible that President-elect Joe Biden will use when he is sworn in. Here's the image again from the New York Times. It's 5 inches thick. It's from 1893, has been in the Biden family, and has a Celtic cross on the cover. And we also noted that this Bible was used when then Senator-elect was sworn in for the first time in 1972. That image taken in the hospital when that deadly car crash happened with his wife and his daughter. And you can see in the foreground one of his sons who was injured in that car crash. The Matt Visor of the Washington Post notes this morning a quote, "Lord God, the wise of life and destiny are often hard," the priest told a mourning Biden at his first Senate swearing in a hospital in 1973. He writes, "Now life and destiny have converged again in another moment of crisis," and a link to his piece on Inauguration Day.
And President-elect Biden and Mrs. Biden are still in St. Matthew's Church in downtown Washington. A lot of the other congregants have left already, or participants have left already, but the President-elect is still inside St. Matthew's. That's 8 blocks north of the White House, and then the next stop will be the Capitol, where a lot of people are arriving. As you can see, we're going to continue to just show you everything that's going on while we hear your voices about what you would like to hear with regard to American unity, which is the theme of this inauguration, or if you want to talk about a past inauguration, as several of our viewers have, we'd love to hear that as well. Tom is in Toronto. Tom, go ahead.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
What do you want to talk about, Tom?
Can you hear me on that end?
We're listening.
Perfect. I think that ultimately we are going to hear Biden touch on the issue of unity. What I would like to hear, but what I'm not too hopeful on hearing, are about 3 issues. I think the first being debt of the United States, the second being trust, not just in the media and between people in the United States, but I think in the government itself. And the third one will probably be America's role on the world stage, which I think in past years has diminished with Trump's sort of go-it-alone approach.
And was President Trump a daily fixture in the Toronto news?
Quite a bit, for better or for worse. I think that as a Canadian, I am interested in Canadian politics, but a lot of American politics spill over into our country as well. And so in order to be politically engaged here, in many ways, you have to be politically engaged in the U.S. politics.
Tom, what do you do in Toronto?
I'm a teacher here.
And
I teach English, history, science, math, a whole bunch of stuff.
And is today an off day for you?
Today is Zoom or Google Meet day, depending on who you ask, but it's online teaching. We do either morning classes or afternoon classes.
Okay, all right. Have you returned to any in-person classes in Canada or in Toronto?
Originally, at the start of the semester, we did have in-person classes. Recently, we've had more lockdowns that have switched us back into online, and for the foreseeable future anyway, it looks like we will be online.
And that's Tom in Toronto. We appreciate your time. As the Capitol fills up, we're going to watch.
Okay, great.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President's own United States Marine Band will now present the world premieres of 3 new fanfares written by American composers in honor of the 59th inaugural ceremonies. Fanfare for Democracy by James Stevenson, Fanfare Palatia by Kimberly Archer, and Fanfare for Tomorrow by Peter Boyer. 17th Congress. The President-elect's cabinet members and agency designees. Their Excellencies, the Bilateral Chiefs of Mission, joined by Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Salam Sabah. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention toward the inaugural platform. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley. gentlemen, leadership of the United States House of Representatives, Republican Whip the Honorable Stephen Scalise, and Majority Whip the Honorable James E. Clyburn. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership of the United States Senate, President Pro Tempore Emeritus, the Honorable Patrick Leahy and Mrs. Marshall Leahy, Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin and Mrs. Rima Doden, Majority Whip, the Honorable John Thune and Mrs. Kimberly Thune, Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer and Mrs. Irish Wineshaw Schumer, and President Pro Tempore of the Senate, the Honorable Chuck Grassley and Mrs. Jennifer Hines.
Risk. Risk.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice President, the Honorable Dan Quayle. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton and the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush and Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Michelle Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Ladies and gentlemen, the children of Vice President-elect Harris and Mr. Douglas Imhoff, Cole Mackin Imhoff, and Ella Rose Imhoff. Ladies and gentlemen, the children of President-elect Biden, Robert Hunter Biden II and Ashley Blazer Biden, also the grandchildren of the President-elect.
I know, totally got cut off.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President, the Secretary of the Senate, the Honorable Julie E. Adams, and Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives, Catherine Spindor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Michael R. Pence and Mrs. Karen Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican DeChico, accompanying the House Republican Leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. and Dr. Jill Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on. And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart, so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the city of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. You and me. Oh, America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining sea. Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get loud. 'Cause this land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people, has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far. But we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. no nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand, across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us, It's time for boldness, for there is so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, in the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is hours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first. We must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the west. We will rise from the wind-swept northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked south. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith, amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Need a lot of work for you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Remember, you used to get elevators, did you?
We're gonna cut this right here.
Hey, Robbie. How to do it?
Gentlemen from Massachusetts, Butterfield, North Carolina. I'm still standing, girl. Still standing. Still standing. All right. from Delaware. You doing all right? Cameras all good? Everybody's good? Good job, Elizabeth. You did a real good job. We'll catch up. I got some thoughts and ideas we need to think about. Good. Hey,
By the way,
At least more than the last year.
so Robert Altman said say hello, and my pal Linda was calling them yesterday. They said budget.
Okay.
All right.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Well done.
Almost finished.
It's a hot on the
Mr. President.
Are you still on foreign relations?
Very much so.
Are you still going to work on Africa?
It is.
You're welcome.
To work with me. How you doing? Hanging in there? Driving. Doing good. Going. In the administration, I'm still working, so.
Still working on
Yeah.
Head to the cemetery after this, sir.
I said what happened. They're done with the film.
Now, coming up in just a few minutes, President Biden will participate in a signing ceremony, some executive orders, some documents related to taking office. After that, he will review the military on the east front of the Capitol, and that's at about 1:30 or so. And then he and Mrs. Biden, along with Presidents Obama, Clinton, and George W. Bush, will go to Arlington to lay a wreath there. And after that is a military escort to the White House, and that will start at about 15th Street or so, 2 blocks from the White House, and that will bring them into the White House this afternoon. So in just a few minutes, we will be live with the signing ceremony and President Biden. Greta Bronner, what have you found on social media or on the news?
Well, let's start with reaction from world leaders. Justin Trudeau, the leader of Canada, tweeting out, "Congratulations, Joe Biden, on your inauguration as the 46th President of the United States. Our two countries have tackled some of history's greatest challenges together, and I'm looking forward to continuing this partnership with you and the Vice President Kamala Harris in your administration." And then from the UK Prime Minister, the Conservative Boris Johnson, saying congratulations to Joe Biden on being sworn in as President of the United States, and to Kamala Harris on her historic inauguration. America's leadership is vital on the issues that matter to us all, from climate change to COVID, and I look forward to working with President Biden. Now, earlier today, before President Biden was sworn in, the leader of Iran, according to the Hill newspaper, called for the Biden administration to return to the Iran nuclear deal. Quote, "The ball is in the U.S. court now." Hill newspaper also reports that the Mexican president, during a news conference before he was sworn in, before President Biden was sworn in, urges the Biden administration to give legal status to Mexicans working in the United States. Now, the new president has already sent out a tweet from his official presidential account. At 12:36 p.m., there is no time to waste when it comes to tackling the crisis we face. That's why today I am heading to the Oval Office to get right to work delivering bold action in immediate relief for American families. According to reporters, Roll Call reports that Biden will direct federal agencies to review more than 100 federal environmental regulations and agency decisions by the Trump administration. And also Jennifer Epstein with Bloomberg reporting Joe Biden will take office later today and begin a flurry of executive actions, including stopping border wall construction, revoking the Keystone Pipeline, rejoining the Paris Agreement and the World Health Organization, imposing a mask mandate on federal property.
And it was exactly 1 hour ago that Joe Biden took the oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
And back live on the east front of the Capitol as the former presidents are departing, along with other dignitaries. Let's watch.
Yeah, no, I'm getting like a little like, come on, fix your hair. I know, it's windy.
And President Biden remains in the Capitol. He'll be signing some documents. We will bring that to you live in just a few minutes. Outside the barriers that are set up around the Capitol, some folks have gathered to either protest or congratulate the new president. And this is maybe 2 blocks from the U.S. Capitol. Greta Bronner, let's check in one more time before we go back to the Capitol.
Let's begin with the historic inauguration of Kamala Harris as vice president. The Hill newspaper reports that when she arrived for today's inauguration, former President Barack Obama told her, "So proud of you." And then there's this from Gavin Newsom, the California governor, saying, "History made. Congratulations to Madam Vice President. We are so, so proud of you," her home state governor. And then Jeff Zeleny reports for CNN. A Biden aide confirms to CNN that United States Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman, seen in video holding off and thwarting rioters from entering the Senate chamber on January 6th, did escort VP Kamala Harris in his new role as acting Deputy House Sergeant at Arms. And here's the picture of that moment on the Capitol earlier today. Also happening behind the scenes were today the new senators from Georgia. They're going to be sworn in this afternoon. There's John Ossoff and Reverend Warnock doing an elbow bump there before today's inauguration. And then from the pool reporters on Capitol Hill, they caught up with the former Speaker Paul Ryan for Inauguration Day, and he told them our institutions were tested this year and our institutions passed the test. I'm here out of respect for the peaceful transfer of power. Let me show you a picture of Jim Jordan talking to the former Speaker earlier today. And then on the poetry that you heard from 22-year-old Amanda Gorman, Jodi Kantor, who writes for the New York Times, has this backstory on her poem. She struggled to write it. Then came the assault on the Capitol that night. She stayed up late and finished, certain of what she wanted to say. And also this from Nicole Goodkind, who writes for Fortune magazine. Amanda Gorman was wearing earrings gifted to her from Oprah, along with a birdcage ring. When Maya Angelou spoke at the 1993 inauguration, Oprah sent her a Chanel coat and a pair of gloves to wear. She wanted to continue the tradition with Gorman. And Oprah sent out a tweet after Amanda Gorman read her poem today. I have never been prouder to see another young woman rise. Brava, brava. The Amanda Gorman. Maya Angelou is cheering, and so am I.
Now, you probably saw earlier Mike and Karen Pence being escorted out by Vice President Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff. The Vice President was then put into his motorcade and is heading to Indiana this evening. But it was on March 4th, 1933, when FDR took over for Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover was sent to Union Station, 4 blocks north of the Capitol, without any Secret Service. Before the signing ceremony, we want to show you just a little bit of Joe Biden's inaugural address.
And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. If you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did.
Now, coming up after the signing ceremony this afternoon is the military review on the East Front. We will be live with both those events, and then the wreath laying at Arlington Cemetery with the former presidents, followed by a military escort to the White House, and then a virtual parade. Now, Jen Psaki is the new White House press secretary, and she has confirmed that she will be doing a 7 p.m. press conference this evening from the White House. Let's go back to the East Front.
Doggy! JT! What's happening?
And President Biden and Vice President Harris will be participating in the signing ceremony in the Capitol. Seems to be just a few minutes delayed, so maybe we can get some more news from Greta Bronner.
Peter, you mentioned outgoing Vice President Mike Pence. David Mark, a reporter, notes that this ends 20 years in public service for Mike Pence, 12 years as a Republican House member, 4 years as Indiana governor, and 4 years as vice president. And Lady Gaga, who performed the national anthem, sent this tweet out today at 1 p.m., a dove carrying an olive branch, about what the pin on her outfit. May we all make peace with each other. And then again, back to Amanda Gorman and the poet. She sent a tweet out thanking Lin-Manuel Miranda of Hamilton musical, saying, "Did you catch the 2 Hamilton musical references in the inaugural poem? I couldn't help myself." He congratulating her on her poem today. He responded saying, "You were perfect, perfectly written, perfectly delivered, every bit of it."
And in just a few minutes, the signing ceremony and exchange of gifts between leaders of Congress and the president. Here's a little bit more from President Biden's inaugural address.
I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge. And unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this.
And back live in Washington, inside the Capitol, Speaker Pelosi just came out. The signing ceremony should begin here shortly. But in the meantime, let's check in with Greta Bronner one more time.
While we wait for what's happening inside the Capitol, let me show you what it looked like outside of the inauguration perimeter around Washington, D.C. These photos come from C-SPAN camera techs who are out and about today, and you can see all the different security that was put in place around Washington with Metropolitan Police, National Guard, Border Control, a lot of different security, law enforcement security forces around Capitol Hill today.
CSPAN's office building is included in that perimeter, so it's we have a good view and at the same time the hassle of getting inside. Well, some of the signing ceremonies have to do with the president's top executive nominations and picks. Some of those hearings have already taken place. Antony Blinken for Secretary of State, Janet Yellen for Treasury, General Lloyd Austin for the Department of Defense. Those are just three of the hearings that have already confirmation hearings that have already taken place with the Republicans in charge. Once the Congress comes back in, now that Senators Warnock and Ossoff are signed in and Kamala Harris is vice president, there will be a new Senate set up with Chuck Schumer as the majority leader and Mitch McConnell as the minority leader. And at 2:30 this afternoon, President and Mrs. Biden, along with former Presidents Obama, Clinton, and Bush, will be laying a wreath right there in Arlington Cemetery, right across the Potomac River in Arlington, Virginia, at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Because of this and other security concerns, a lot of the bridges from Virginia to Washington, D.C. have been shut down the last couple of days, creating a bit of local havoc. But this ceremony is scheduled to start at 2:30. Now, on the east front of the Capitol, there is a military review. And this is usually the time, and this was scheduled to start at 1:30. This is usually the time when the president and the ex-president pass the baton. And the new president escorts the old president, to a helicopter, and the helicopter takes off and goes to Andrews. Of course, that was not the case this year. This 59th transition of power has been unique, as most of them are, again. So this afternoon, we're waiting on the signing ceremony in the Capitol with President Biden, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer. After that, the military pass and review on the East Front. That's followed by the Arlington Cemetery ceremony with the former presidents as well. And then President Biden will have a military escort to the White House. It'll be about a two-block long escort, and whether he gets out, that's not known at this point, but it's going to be from 15th Street. The White House sits at 16th in Pennsylvania. So that's all happening this afternoon. We also know that Jen Psaki, the new press secretary for President Biden, will be holding a press conference at 7 p.m. this evening. So that's where we stand as far as inaugural events today. And we're just waiting on the signing ceremony. And Greta Bronner, do you have anything else for us?
While we wait, Peter, let's take a look at the new Twitter handle of, actually, the signing ceremony has begun.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And the president is still in the Capitol. His next stop is the rotunda in the center of the Capitol, where he will be presented. He and Vice President Harris will be presented with a painting. It is a landscape with rainbow is what it's called, and it's by Robert Duncanson. And they will be presented this in the center of the rotunda. That's the next event on the schedule, followed by the military pass and review on the East Front.
Thank you, sir.
Will you? Okay, put it closer over here. Okay.
Exactly right.
Now she can't see it. Yeah, but you didn't need that eye, did you?
They already have it? That's good? Yeah. Did you see it? Yeah, I walked in this way from my office.
We don't need to pause. We're going to go straight and let's go back.
I think that's probably right. Well, President Biden and the First Lady and the Vice President and the Second Gentleman, normally at this time we have a lunch, and probably no person alive has attended more of those lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend, Senator Klobuchar. I like the rainbow. The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Tour number 2. There we are. Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh, with the base, 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton, since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may it reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there, play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hey, man. Long time no see. Congratulations, Mr. President. Thank
you. Modern technology, right? It's a good picture, too. Well, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Imhoff, on behalf of the Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people, and every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Imhoff, Dr. Biden, Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
And they're both different. Yeah. Get the whole family in there. Put your head in there.
Oh, God. Well, thanks, President.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. I don't know what this must be. My turn. Yes, not. Thank you. You bet. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
You want me to go hurry him up?
We all had HMS going, I ripped off the avenue, and they went to the demonstration or something. Have you talked to me? It's part of JPEG and all that. Solomon? You know, talk to yourself. Yep. Guys, can we just clear the camera really quick? Different family car. Okay, yeah. Once they go, can we do that now? Can we do come back a little bit? Are we getting yeah, because they're going to be going. No, I'm holding it. We're holding. Guys, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
We got a jam. All right, let's follow Sterling.
Oh, are we staying with you? Yeah. Wait.
Come on. Let's do it. Don't run. Don't run.
you have any cellular devices, please set them on silent mode or switch them to the off position. Thank you. Alexander, Superintendent, Arlington National Cemetery. Major General Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the tomb of the unknown soldier to place the wreath.
Honor guard. Attention. Present arms.
Order! Order!
All the way up the steps to the toilet, please.
Advance the colors!
last I heard, he was in the memorial room. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. All right.
And just to give you an update on our live coverage of the inauguration of Joe Biden, the president is still at Arlington Cemetery, and as you can see, the other former presidents were there as well. So once they leave there, they'll be going near the White House to an area called Freedom Plaza. It's at 15th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. It's about 2 blocks from the White House. And there he'll be doing a military parade escort to the White House. And that's what we're waiting on. But we will be able to see the entire trip across Memorial Bridge back into Washington, D.C. in just a few minutes. That will be happening. So these are all live pictures we're showing you today, and just wanted to keep you updated on what's happening.
Stand by.
stop behind you. Oh no, don't worry. No, not that. Thank you.
I know. It's been 3 hours. How does it feel, Mr. President? It feels great. It feels good? It feels good. All righty. Congratulations. Thank you. For your whole career, what is this moment for you as you're about to walk to the West Wing? Give a message to President Trump. Madam Mayor!
Mr. President, can you unite the country?
Thank you.
Oh, hey guys. Love you.
Love you guys. Love you. Woohoo!
It's our family.
It's our family.
Randy, how are you?
Yep.
Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
What's your message to the world?
Unity.
I got it. Hold it, please.
Okay, you guys, we're gonna let him talk. Everyone, cool, move to the side, please. We're gonna let the president talk. Cool, can you hold, please? He's gonna turn around.
I see. I'm just trying to get over.
inaugural presidential escort procession. And now, as we continue with today's Parade Across America, here's Jon Stewart.
Good afternoon and welcome to the very first virtual presidential inaugural parade across America. As you just saw, as is tradition, the parade and procession began at the United States Capitol and culminated with the arrival of President Biden and Vice President Harris at the White House. We may not be able to be together in person, but we can still gather, even if it's virtual, and celebrate this grand tradition. This year, we've had to create a new style of parade, allowing Americans from our states and U.S. territories the ability to participate safely from their hometowns. It's been a tough year. Pandemic, economic downturns, political divisions, social unrest, but we need to remember this, that every day, you may not be hearing about it on the news, you may not be seeing it on the internet, but there are millions of unsung American heroes who are keeping our nation going, caring for our loved ones, teaching our kids, keeping us all connected, making us smile, reminding us about what it is to truly be an American and what is great about America. That's what this day is about, an America united by our commitment to each other. One of those heroes is Dr. Jason Campbell. He's a resident physician in Oregon. You probably know him a little bit better as the dancing TikTok doc. Dr. Campbell, how you doing?
Mr. Stewart, I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for having me today.
When did you start dancing? Is this a recent thing? You're tremendous at it. You've had training.
I started dancing when I was in high school, maybe 7th or 8th grade with popping and locking and breakdancing. They actually called me Poppin' Jay in my high school.
I was also referred to as Poppin' Jay in high school for the way that oftentimes my back vertebrae would pop. This must be obviously your first inaugural parade, yes?
Yes, it is. This is, incredibly special. If you look at, obviously, President Biden being elected and then Vice President Harris, and as the first African-American and Indian woman, that's incredibly special. Something that I know that I treasure, that my family treasures, and that many that look like me are very proud to see.
I look forward to the pandemic being over so that you and I may join a breakdancing crew together.
I would love that. What do you think the name would be?
It'd probably be called The Good Dancing Doctor and the Old Man Who Looks Like He Hurt Himself. It's a long name.
It's catchy.
You're a good man, Dr. Campbell, and we're so delighted that you were able to catch up with us, and we'll hopefully check you out later.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Stewart.
And so, if you will, it's time to kick off for the first time in our nation's history, and God willing, the last time we won't be able to be together. Here it is, our virtual parade across America.
I'm Tony Goldwyn. I got to tell you, I played a president on TV a few years ago, and I never got a parade from Shonda Rhimes anything like the one you're going to see today. As Jon Stewart noted, our Parade Across America features Americans from across the country joining us from their hometowns. In fact, over the next hour or so, you're going to see participants and performers from all 50 states and every U.S. territory honored to be part of this day, committed to the ideal of an America united. Simply put, it's a virtual roadshow. We've got marching bands, we have baton and flag twirlers, dancers, equestrians, drill teams, musical performances, as well as tributes to some of the American heroes living right next door to us who've been making a difference in their communities during this terrible pandemic. Americans united on this historic day. And even though a virtual event is a bit different, this parade remains faithful to its most treasured and beloved traditions. And one of those traditions is a performance by a group of musicians who have been featured at every inauguration for almost a century.
We are the United States Coast Guard Band, based in New London, Connecticut, and we are honored to have performed in every inauguration since 1929. Band is here today representing the United States Coast Guard and the Department of Homeland Security.
We are the Youth Empowerment Project, a community-based organization that helps kids like me achieve our dreams. And Joe Biden must be proud because when he visited our home state of Louisiana, he invited us to be part of the celebration. I met Joe, and I know that he cared about making opportunities for everybody in America.
We're the Culver Academy's Black Horse Troop and Equestrians from Indiana, and this will be the 18th inaugural parade we are participating in, dating back to President Woodrow Wilson's first inauguration in 1913. Today, we have 71 members and 67 horses joining us.
Congratulations, Mr. President and Madam Vice President.
Hello, America. We are military-connected kids, and we go to a Department of Defense Education activity school in Italy.
There are nearly 70,000 military-connected kids in 160 DoDEA schools around the world.
DoDEA has schools in 11 countries, 7 states, and 2 territories.
There are more than 50,000 of us overseas. Wherever our parents serve, we serve too.
On behalf of all of us, we would like to say welcome aboard to our new Commander-in-Chief, President Biden, and Vice President Harris.
As part of our parade across America, we are shining the spotlight on local heroes from different states and different backgrounds who went above and beyond to support their friends, to lend a hand to strangers, and to strengthen their communities during this challenging past year of the COVID-19 pandemic. For me, each of these heroes next door demonstrates the spirit, the resilience, the compassion, and the caring of our people. Our first hero is from Georgia.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Good. How about you, Mr. Bensdorf?
My name is Jason Zigant. I'm in 7th grade, and I am 12 years old, and I've been playing the trumpet since 4th grade.
My name is Karen Zagant, and Jason is my son. I came across this video of this trumpet player from the New York Philharmonic playing off his rooftop. I think it was right after shift change. We happen to live right down the street from the hospital, so I suggested to Jason, is this something you might want to try to do?
My mom asked, do you want to come and play for the hospital here? And I said, yeah. And then we came back the next day. I wanted to come play at the hospital because I wanted to give the hospital workers and people a bit of joy at the end of their day. One of my favorite things from playing at the hospital was the ambulances driving by and flashing their lights, and also the people in the parking deck waving and saying, great job.
It was really always his decision. That commitment that he showed to show up here 100 days just gives me this immense sense of pride as his mother.
Doesn't matter how old you are, you can make your community better.
When I first heard Jason's story, I knew I wanted to connect with him. Never in a million years did I think that whether it's in the concert hall or up here from rooftop to rooftop or New York to Atlanta, a seemingly small gesture would have such an impact and travel so far. It looks like you're over at the hospital where you've been playing trumpet for a while?
Yeah, I am.
Ever since I've seen you play there, I've always wanted to play a duet with you. What do you think? Should we do it?
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
We are the Massachusetts Veterans of Foreign Wars Honor Guard, paying special tribute to the greatest generation of World War II and the newest greatest generation of today's all-volunteer United States Armed Forces. The freedom and opportunities we enjoy are thanks to their sacrifice. We salute our Commander-in-Chief, the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden. Present arms. We are proud to be part of the 2021 Parade Across America. Mark time. March. Forward. March.
Welcome to Des Moines, Iowa. We are the ISIS Arrest Drill and Drum Corps.
We're based in Durham, North Carolina, where we perform all across America. We're the King BMX Stunt Show. Like America, we come from all over, but really we are one united team.
Well, we're off to a great start, and we have a lot of excitement ahead with more music, different performers from across the country, shout-outs to our new president and vice president, and salutes to some more heroes next door. You know, every big parade has dancers and drill teams, right? Well, our next performers are a combination, a dancing drill team that has toured around the world.
The Kilgore College Rangerettes are proud to represent Texas in the red, white, and blue.
Texas, we say this, let's get united, America.
We are the Native American Women Warriors, the nation's first all-female Native American color guard. Our mission is to recognize women veterans that have served in our America's armed forces, especially those like us of Native descent. We are here today from across the country for this historic event. Congratulations, President Biden and Vice President Harris.
We are the Fire Department, New York City, Emergency Medical Services, Pipes and Drums. We are honored to be marching in the Parade Across America.
are the Devlin High School Marching Band from Denver, Colorado. It is the honor of our lives to celebrate our democracy and the inauguration of our president.
We are Scout Troop 358 from Philadelphia, the only troop chosen to represent all Boy Scouts at the 2009 and 2013 inaugurations of President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden.
So in keeping with our traditions of joining the parade when Joe Biden is being inaugurated, we wanted to be part of the day, honoring him and Vice President Harris.
Right now, we have a very special collaboration coming to us from two different locations. Overlooking the Black Lives Matter mural in Hollywood is Grammy nominee Andra Day, and she is joined by an amazing 10-year-old skater, Caitlin Saunders, who performed her routine in Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, D.C.
Broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we're gonna walk it out. Move mountains, we're gonna walk it out. And I'll rise like the day. I will rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again for you. Silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting harder to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move. And I'll rise up, high like the waves. I will rise, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again for you. We have each other, and for that we have each other. Yeah, we will rise, we'll rise, we'll rise.
Brothers from Boone, North Carolina.
Chinese American Community Center from President Joe Biden's home state of Delaware. The strength of our nation comes from the rich diversity of the culture of the American people. And we are so honored and proud to share this performance with you today. Congratulations, Mr. President and Madam Vice President.
We are hockey players from the New Hampshire Seacoast,
led by the University of New Hampshire's mascot.
And we are thrilled to be in the parade across America.
And congratulations, President Joe Biden.
And congratulations to Vice President Harris.
My gosh, those were some amazing artists. Okay, our second hero next door is a fifth-generation Texan, a teacher who truly lives our Across America theme. To make her lessons come to life for her students, she took a road trip across America to show them the very places where historic moments happened. Here is Kathy Cluck.
I am a high school teacher in Austin, Texas, and in July, when I realized we would start the school remotely, I took the opportunity to take off and teach history from places where it happened. This morning, I'm in Jamestown. The students would tune in every day and just sort of see what my background was for that day, and it was a way for them really to see that history is still important, it still matters, it's not just in the pages of a textbook. This is Yorktown. Would not have won the war were it not for the help of the French. Sailed in right back there. They cut off the British. Cornwallis had to surrender. Boom. America born. Thanks, France. I was able to teach lessons to my high school kids about society, about how America is still changing. We're still in a process. It's been fun for the spotlight to be on teachers across the country who are working so hard to really make education happen and productive, even though we're doing it during a pandemic. We're there for each other and we can be there for each other, and I think that was pretty much the message.
We are Mariachi Hoya from Las Vegas High School, proud to represent Nevada in the parade across America. Although we can't perform together, we prepared a special performance for you.
Y lindos árabes se encuentran la historia de mis raíces y tradiciones. Ay, 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 como quiero a mi mariachi. En mero tierra caliente, Nayarit y Michoacán. La tierra
President Biden and Vice President Harris, felicidades.
Now let's watch Vice President Harris and her husband Douglas Emhoff entering the north grounds of the White House, making their way towards the north portico to make their very first entrance into the White House as Vice President and Second Gentleman of the United States of America.
Vice Presidential motorcade carrying
Well, that was historic. A number of today's participants have been in more than 2 previous inaugural parades. In fact, there is a participant today who has been in 6, and his colleague has been in 5. They are Jack and Thomas, 2 horses from Culver Academy. This year's parade features several equestrian groups with a long history of performing for our nation's presidents. Joining us for their 4th appearance at an inauguration is Michigan's multi-jurisdictional mounted police drill team. With their 2nd appearance are members of the American Side Saddle Association, and Culver Academies is making their 18th appearance. Now, I learned a lot doing my inauguration research. For example, I learned that Thomas Jefferson rode his own horse to the Capitol. Andrew Jackson arrived at his ceremony in a horse-drawn carriage, while Abraham Lincoln's carriage was escorted by civilians on horseback. And once again, horses and their riders are adding a majesty and grace to this quadrennial event. With us next on our Parade Across America are some of the talented stars of the Ryan Martin Foundation, which is part of the National Wheelchair Basketball Association. They're joined by Elena Della Dawn from the WNBA's Washington Mystics and the NBA's Grant Hill and Chris Paul.
This has been a time where we've all had to overcome challenges, when we've all had to adapt to what life throws at us, but our American spirit allows us to have hope. It allows us to thrive. And now, joining us for the Parade Across America are the basketball stars of the Ryan Martin Foundation.
I'm Grant Hill, and that is quite a team.
And so is this. Congratulations, Mr. President and Madam Vice President.
Let's get United America.
Aloha. The Oli we are sharing with you is about the inspiration, the beginning, and the growth of the future. And for us as the Ie and the Ohia, they work together to bring forth all these new beginnings working together. We offer this Oli chant to President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
I'm Paula Davis from the state of Maryland, representing all the families of our nation's fallen heroes at TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors.
Our mission is to provide hope and healing.
And just as they serve our nation, we are here to serve them.
We are together united in solidarity with military loss survivors, including the Biden family.
I honor my brother, Major Andrew Byers.
I honor my battle buddy.
I honor my husband,
Grandpa William.
Our dad, Major Paul C. Volke.
I'm Captain Isaac Seals. We are the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon. Semper Fi.
We are here to represent Puerto Rico.